If you're looking for nature-inspired DIYs, you are in the right spot, as this video is packed full of some previous videos in a compilation. Hey there, it's Donna. I want to thank you so much for joining me today. I had this chocolate box and it is falling apart a bit, but I just used some hot glue just to help to stabilize the box. I have this patterned tissue paper and I am going to be using some decoupage glue and applying the tissue paper to the box. This is a mixed media technique that I like to use in my art, and I really love the texture that the tissue paper gives to the piece. So I'm just going to add a layer of glue to my box. I then apply a piece of the tissue into the glue. And then you add a coat over top using the decoupage glue. Don't worry about any wrinkles, that adds to the texture of the box. The other nice thing about this is that it will strengthen the box. Continue to add tissue until your box is completely covered. An alternative would be some decorative scrapbook paper. Once your piece is all nice and dry, you can apply some craft paint. I had applied 3 coats of my craft paint. That way here the red was all covered up, but it's okay if a little bit shows through. Don't forget to give a coat on the back side of the box. Once your box is all dry, you can add a piece of floral sheet moss. I picked mine up at my local dollar store, but you can get this at Dollar Tree. Use some hot glue and adhere it to the back of the box. I'm going to add some preserved reindeer moss in the sections where the white was still showing at the back side. I love to bring a bit of the outdoors into my decor, so I am going to add some branches to my piece. I'm now going to take 3 of the paper butterflies in different sizes and shapes and some wood beads. I'm going to glue 2 wood beads on the smaller one and 4 on the back side of the larger butterflies. The beads will help to give some dimension to the butterflies. I'm going to put my butterflies into place and then glue them once I'm satisfied with the placement. This next step is optional. I've decided to antique the edges by applying some distress ink to the edge of the box. Just for another added extra touch, I am gluing some branches to the outside of my frame. I am going to add some word stickers and distress the edge of that and then apply it to the frame. And there we have some beautiful natural butterfly art for home decor. project, I'm going to be using this jug that I picked up from the thrift store, and I'm going to be using my new favorite paint mixture. I've got some craft paints along with some baking soda, and I'm just stirring it up and creating a pancake batter type consistency. Now I'm going to apply it to my surface, and you're going to need 2 to 3 coats. This paint mixture goes on slick surfaces really well. I've been really impressed with it, and I love the finish that it creates. Allow to dry well in between coats. This is what it looks like after 1 coat of our paint mixture. I am going in and applying another coat, and as you can see here, it is going on a lot thicker. That is okay. You can thin your paint out by adding some more craft paint, but I'm really liking how this is. This is the 2nd coat all dry, and I'm going over this a 3rd time. This time I am smoothing out some of the brush stroke. Now it's all nice and dry, and I'm going to add a little detail of twine around the neck. Next, you'll need these spring greenery bouquets from Dollar Tree. They have them every year. You're also going to need some branches. I went out and foraged these on a nature walk. This is some branches that I picked up in the wintertime, and I allowed them to dry well. I love to add touches of nature within my decor, and branches are such an easy way to do that. So I'm mixing in the branches in with the greenery bouquet. Add as many branches as you'd like, and same with the touches of greenery. Here is our modern farmhouse DIY. I love how simple this is, but it definitely gives that punch of spring that I like. I'm going to be using this piece of wood that I picked up from the beach. I love to collect elements from the beach. There's so many different things that you can collect for DIYs. This stick is really cool because you can see that there's some beaver bite marks. I have used this branch in another tutorial, and I just loved it so much I wanted to reuse it. So now, using some cotton string, I am going to create a hanger. You could use jute twine, but I wanted the more modern look, so I'm going with the jute twine. And I also think the color of this branch is a really nice modern look. So now I'm going in and adding 3 lengths of the cotton twine to our branch. I'm just roughly spacing them out. Now, using some faux spring florals from both Dollar Tree and Dollarama, I am going to cut them down and create some little bouquets. This could also be used with some fresh herbs. Use whatever you have on hand. Once you have your desired bouquet, then you can just wrap and intertwine the string around your bouquet and then tie it off in a knot. Trim off any of the excess string, and then you can hang it on the wall. This was such a simple modern farmhouse piece, and I absolutely love it. For our next DIY, you're going to need 2 6-inch square wood pieces. You can pick these up at Dollarama or Dollar Tree. I'm going to be using these wood stakes from Dollarama. You could also use some paint sticks, and I'm going to cut them down to size to be the same length as our squares. Now I'm just going to be using a metal ruler and an X-Acto knife and cutting through that and just snapping it off. I'm going to measure out another piece here. You'll need 2 pieces to form a base. I'm going to use some tacky glue along with a hot glue gun and glue these 2 pieces together. Working quickly, you can apply the 2 pieces together. This will create a nice firm base. I'm just going to make sure that I've got the right size, and also I need to make a little measurement so I can create my 2 side panels. So I'm just going to put a little pencil mark showing where my base ends, and then grabbing another one of my garden stakes, I'm just going to mark out where that pencil mark is, and then using my X-Acto knife along with my ruler and cutting those pieces out. You'll need a total of 2. Once you have all your pieces cut out, you can make sure that everything will fit together. And then using some tacky glue and your hot glue, again, work very quickly, apply the pieces all together. I start off by applying the base, and then I go in and add the side panels. So next I'm going to run a bead of hot glue on all those joints, and that'll help to hold everything together. And once those are all sealed up, you can then add your front panel. Again, using the tacky glue and the hot glue, I'm going to work very quickly and apply that front panel. I'm going to run a bead of hot glue on the inside as far as I can, and I'm going to smooth it out once it sits for a few seconds. So now I'm going to add this Decor Vintage Wash in the patina color. It is such a beautiful color. I'm going to use a soft brush and apply it to the wood, and then using a rag, I'm going to remove the excess. As you can see, the wood green still shows through, which I think is so cool. So I'm going to continue to add this stain, and I also apply it to the edges. Now the fun part, is time to decorate. I'm going to be using these faux florals that I picked up from Dollarama. You can use any spring florals that you would like. And of course, as usual, I'm going to be adding in some branches. Now, I did not add any floral foam to this. I didn't want to bother, as I felt like it didn't need it, but if you want to, feel free to do so. So continue to add some branches and florals until you get this beautiful modern farmhouse floral decor piece for springtime. So you're going to need to grab one of these cylinder spotlight solar lights from Dollar Tree. Remove the tag, and we're going to leave the tab on for now, but you can see that it's adjustable. Okay, you know me and nature finds. I foraged this recently. I'll have the video for that coming out this month in June. And I found these tubes of birch bark. I trimmed it down a bit, just removed that rough edge, and you can see it is going to fit really well. It is a bit bigger than our solar light, but I actually wanted that. So I cleaned out the debris that was left inside, and I'm just making sure that it is going to fit properly. Now, I did want to tuck away that hinge, so I'm just figuring out what side of the birch bark I wanted to be facing on the top. And then I am going to cut a notch out of the bottom part. That way here, the hinge will just slip inside and you won't even see it. So I did end up trimming this down just a little bit more. I didn't like how rough that edge was there, and it just cleaned it right up. So I am going to now figure out how big of a piece I need to cut out the top of our birch bark, and that is going to allow for the solar light panel to be exposed so it can recharge. I'm just roughly guesstimating here using a pencil, marking off how wide and how tall I need it. Surprisingly, I was spot on. Don't ask me how I got it, but yeah, I'll show you here in a minute. So I'm just using some scissors to cut it out, and happened to have a hole right there, so I was able to get my scissors into the bark without damaging it. So just continue to trim the pieces out until you get that exposed square. Okay, here you go. Look at, again, I'm amazed how perfect the fit was. All right, so now that I've got that all figured out, I start to use my Gorilla silicone adhesive as well as some hot glue. I decided to use a little bit of hot glue here because I wanted an instant hold while the silicone set up. So I did use a combination of the two because I have found that hot glue does not hold up outside here where I live. It gets hot and the hot glue just doesn't work. So this silicone adhesive is awesome. So I end up having just to trim off a little bit of the birch bark around my hinge again, but feel free just to trim it up any way you like. As you can see right here, I decided to kind of trim the shape of the birch bark to kind of match the shape of our solar light inside, and I just felt like it gave it a bit more of a cleaner look. So at this point, I decided to remove the tab, and then I still felt it needed just a little bit more trimming, so I rounded off those corners right here around around the hinge, and I just felt like that just finished it right up, and it's ready to put out in your yard. I am amazed at how awesome this looks. I can't wait to use it on my little gnome garden. So you're going to also want to grab one of these candle holders. It's got a concrete base with the wire. They've still got them. I saw them in my store the other day. Then you're going to need some twigs. So this is some twig fencing that I picked up from a store called Dollarama here in Canada. If I can find it, I will link it on my Amazon affiliate store as well if you can't find it. But check out garden centers or hardware stores. Maybe even your local dollar stores have these. So I am cutting it down to size. I want it to wrap right around this little wire cage, and I pulled some of the pieces off as needed and then twist the wires and folded them in so I don't cut myself with those little wires. So I am pushing some of the wire together so that they're not so far apart, as I am going to be needing to trim this fencing down. It is too tall for the project, so I'm just going to continue to work on the wire until I get it as close as I possibly can. So I'm just going to measure here again. I just wanted to make sure that I get one of the rings on the wire cage in contact with the wiring on the fencing. And the reason why is because I just wanted a nice base to apply my silicone sealant again. So I'm just going to run a bead along that wire mesh, or the wiring that you can see right there on the fence. I end up kind of glopping it a bit by mistake, but I do end up cleaning it up a bit. So continue to apply it until you get the desired thickness you need. So I do get some jute twine out, and I cut a long piece because I will be using that to bind this together. So place the bottom edge of your wire cage into the silicone and then start to roll so that the wire cage is wrapped with our twig fencing, just like this. So I did have a little bit of an overhang. I always like to do that just in case I, mismeasure. But I do end up having to trim that off. So you'll see me doing that right here. And then again, I just make sure I twist the wire together and then just tuck it in again so I don't scrape myself. Okay, so now I am going to use that jute twine and I'm going to wrap it around where we've got that silicone line, and I'm going to just tie it off with a knot. And then I'm going to be taking another piece of jute twine, and we are going to do the same thing for the top. I didn't bother running a bead of silicone on the top of our fencing. I felt just as long as I had some on the bottom and then tied both the top and bottom with the jute twine, I knew that this would hold together really well. I'm going to set this aside and allow the sealant to set, and then we're going to work on our solar light. I needed to remove that bottom little nub there on the solar light. We're just using one of these glow flame solar lights from Dollar Tree again. So got that trimmed off, and then we're going to attach it to our concrete base. Again, I'm going to be using my silicone adhesive, but I'm also using the hot glue on this as well. And I'm just adding a bead of each, and then I'm going to put this into place in the middle of the concrete candle holder. Again, I'm going to allow that to set up, and I had already pulled the tab on this piece. And now I'm going to work on trimming these branches. So I started off using wire snips, but this was taking me way too long. So I dug out my pruning shears and I really got the job done faster. So you're going to want to trim it about 1 centimeter away from your wiring, or depending on what you're using. You could use some foraged branches, but I already had this on hand and I wanted to use it up, so I just went ahead and used this fencing. If you were to use some foraged branches, I think I would probably maybe glue the branches on, say, a piece of ribbon or string or something. I'm not exactly sure. You could just play around and see what would work for you. So once you've got all those pieces trimmed off, you're just going to make sure that the bottom is all balanced out. And you can see I did that just by pushing it down. Then I decided to add some more jute twine. I'm just making sure my knots or my tie-ins are matched up with the knot I already had there. Now the reason why I did this is because I'm going to be using this jute twine not only to hold the piece together, but also to hide all that wire. I didn't like the way it looked, so this cleaned it right up. So now I am also going to trim the top, but before I do that, I needed to place these twigs on our holder, but I cleaned up all the little clumps of some excess sealant that I had on there. So I just used my rag and my fingers. So all cleaned up, and now I can put that into place over our solar light base, just like you see here. So just want to make sure the branches stay all even before you push it down over your base, and it fits really, really well. I was actually quite amazed how well this fit together. So I just push that down, and then I am going to be able to trim off the top. Now, I didn't do it right away because I wasn't exactly sure how tall I wanted my piece to be. So I thought, well, let's put it on first before I start to do the trimming. If you have any missing branches, feel free to fill in those spots with some twigs that you have in your stash or from the rest of your fencing. Just tuck them in and then trim them down as needed. And you could even use a little bit of hot glue if you need to help hold them into place. So now I am going to start to trim the top portion. And again, I was about 1 centimeter away from the wire. You can just see I'm just using my pruning shears, and I will cut away the excess. So again, you're going to need another long piece of jute twine and just wrap it around the top. Again, that will hide that wire that we have on the top portion of our fencing. So once you get the wiring all covered up, then you are ready to put this on display. Now you'll just need to make sure that all your solar lights are charged up, and it will last, I believe, for approximately 8 hours. I love this. This is going to look awesome on the table in the summertime. I've had this shadow box laying around my home for a good 20 years. It's in good shape, but it's pretty boring. So I decided to use this vintage effect wash from Decor in the color white. You apply it to your surface with a paintbrush, and then you use a rag to wipe off the excess. As you can see, it creates a really nice bleached look to the wood. So I'm going to apply this wash to the frame of this shadow box, as well as on the inside lip. And I'm also going to go on the exterior of the box and on the interior of the box. The only place I'm not applying it is at the back side of the shadow box. I am going to be adding this beautiful scrapbook paper that I have. I'm using this piece of paper here as my template. It is the exact size that I need to fit inside of the shadow box. I'm also going to be adding this butterfly to the piece. So what I'm doing is just kind of figuring out where I'm going to be placing my butterfly so I can choose the pattern that I want to use on the back side of the shadow box. I'm just going to trace around the template with a pencil, and then using a firm surface, I'm going to be using a steel ruler and a rotary cutter to cut around. Of course, feel free to use any type of cutting device that you have. So I ended up deciding to go with this one that's got the berries, and I really like how the butterfly is situated on there. To apply the paper to the back of the shadow box, I am using some Aleene's tacky glue. I apply some to the back, and then using a plastic card, I spread it out evenly all over. Using a plastic card works great, and it's bendable, so it is really easy to get into all those little grooves and corners. So I slipped the paper into the slot that had the glass. And the beauty about using the wet glue is that you have some time to move your paper around, so then it is even inside your shadow box. I'm using a clean plastic card to smooth out the paper onto the surface. So as usual, I like to add a little bit of a natural decorative element whenever I can. So I had foraged these little branches, and I decided to add some to the backdrop. I just thought it would be a really pretty touch. So I'm just laying them out, deciding where I want them, and then using some hot glue, I'm going to glue them into place once I am happy with how everything looks. I like to take the butterfly and just check to make sure that everything is situated nicely. And then if I need to trim any of the branches off like I am doing right here, now is the time to do it. So I wanted this butterfly to pop up and create a bit more of a dimensional look. So I like to use wood beads to help to rise pieces like this up. So I'm just going to glue them on the back side of the butterfly. And then what's nice about this is that they can work in around the twigs that we have in place. So you're going to have to just kind of move it around, manipulate the branches, pull any off that are not working for you until you have contact between the beads and your backdrop. I'm using some hot glue to adhere the butterfly. I'm starting off with the middle bead and then placing that in the center. And then next I will lift up one wing and add some hot glue, then push it into place. You may need to kind of push the twigs out of place a little bit as well, just to make sure you've got some good adhesion. And then I'll flip the other side up and do the same thing. So there was one more step that I had forgotten to do, and that was to cover up that little side slit where our glass was. I'm just using a craft stick, a jumbo one, and I just figured out what length I needed, and then I'm going to trim off the excess, make sure it fits properly, and trim off any more that's needed. And then I'm going to just use my hot glue and glue that into place. Now you can skip this step if you'd like, but I just thought it would finish the look. And of course, use some of your whitewash to finish it off as needed, and then it's ready for display. So this is a fun little frame set that I picked up from the thrift store a couple of years ago, and I wasn't always sure what I wanted to do with it, but I've discovered something really cool to do with this piece. So I needed to take it all apart, and then I dug out my gesso, and I'm going to give this entire piece a coat with my gesso. Now at this point, I should have sanded it down a bit because the surface was quite slick, but I made do with what I did. And at this point, I also should have taken those hinges off, but again, I didn't. I do that later on. I was getting some gesso on those hinges. I thought I could avoid it, but I didn't. So if you do a piece like this, definitely take those hinges off. So here you can see, I'm like, okay, those hinges have got to come off because I'm getting them messy. So I'm just using my screwdriver to remove those, and make sure you set those aside so you don't lose them because those screws are actually quite small. So thankfully the gesso came off really easily off of those pieces. Now I'm just taking the gesso and just filling in where I missed those spots where the hinges were. Next, I'm using this warm white. It's actually more of a rich cream color, and I'm going to give all three of my frames 2 coats of this paint. Don't forget to do the back side of your frame as well as the inner portion. And then once you have that painted, make sure you allow it to dry well, and then you can go in with your second coat of paint and allow that to dry well too. So my frames are all nice and dry. Next, I decided to add some distressing. So I'm using a sanding block to start, but I found that it didn't take enough of the paint off. I was actually quite impressed with how well that gesso was working. I also wanted to get some of the paint off on the inner portions, and it was a bit too small for my sanding block. So here I am using a piece of some fine sandpaper, and it's doing a much better job to do the distressing that I was wanting. You can see how it's just taking some of those chunks of paint right off. You want to clean them up, and then again I'm using my matte varnish from Decor to give this all three of the pieces a coat of this, and again that will just help the distressing to pop as well as protect the paint that you had used to prevent it from chipping any further. Of course, if you want that look, then you don't have to do this step. Another thing you could use is some clear spray paint if that's what you have. So I want to be putting the panels back into place, but of course they're kind of ugly the way they are. So I'm using some of that scrapbook paper that we had already used, and I'm going to cut some pieces to fit perfectly on the backs of those panels, again using a flat surface and your utility knife. I really like how that looks, so I cut all of those pieces out, and again using my tacky glue, I'm going to add some glue to the back of the panels. And I was actually kind of surprised how much of that panel was absorbing the glue, so I did have to go back in there twice to add some glue to make sure that there was enough for the paper to adhere to. So I spread it all out, pushed the paper into place, and I did this for all three of my panels. And then I put them upside down on a flat surface and put some weight on top to allow them to dry. Once dry, I discovered that there was just a little bit of a lip at the bottom, and that lip actually fits inside of the frame on the back. I needed to trim off the paper that I had there. I did that to all three, and then that little piece slipped into our frame really well, and I was able to put all the panels back in place without a problem. So just have to kind of remember which way those panels went in as well. Next, I am going to take a wire to clear out all of those holes for the screws where our hinges were going to go, because we need to put those hinges back into place at this point. I've got them all cleaned out, and now it's time to put the hinges back. So I got a little confused here, so I had to go back and have a look at my picture to see how these hinges were on. So once I got that figured out, I am now putting those back into place. Of course, if you don't like the black color, you can change these hinges up and use a paint that was friendly for metal. I actually didn't mind the black look, so I just left these as is. So for me, I found that it was easier to add the hinges to one panel first and then attach the other side of the hinges to the other panel. I'll do the same for the other set as well. So our frames are all back together. Now, I'm loving how this looks, but I was inspired by what I had seen on Pinterest, and that's specimen cards. If you have not seen what specimen cards are, I definitely recommend that you look it up. They're like little observation cards for botanicals or other natural elements. And I just always thought that they look so cool. So I wanted to create a similar look in this frame. As you just saw me do, I used a pencil just to outline the inner portion of our frames. You can see how that looks there. That way here, I knew exactly where I wanted to place all my elements. I'm adding these cute little botanical papers that I had got from a store called Stationery Pal. I'll have them linked down below. So I'm just going to just measure out how big my squares are. And that way here, I know how big I need each little paper. And I also wanted to make sure that I was going to get the image in the center. So this is definitely an important step. So of course, it depends on the size of your frame that you're using. That will determine the size that you need to cut your pieces down. So I'm just going to use some scissors to trim off the excess, and it ended up being a perfect fit. Of course, you would have seen me before determine where I wanted to place all these images on my back panels as well. So I'm just going to continue to measure the size of each panel that I'm going to be having one of these images placed in. So I'm actually really curious. I would love to know what you would put in a picture frame like this, because it's a pretty unique piece. If I think that your idea really stands out, I am going to pin your comment to the top of the comment feed. Don't forget to check out everybody's comment, as I'm sure there's lots of unique ideas. So at this point, I am going to just start to place my other decorative elements into place, just so I can figure out my placement. I've got my birch bark, and then I also have my little botanicals. I also have some branches with pine cones and lichen on it. I have some moss. I have some dried florals, as well as some other natural elements that I had in my stash. So again, I'm just figuring out my placement, and then usually what I like to do is actually take a picture of my placement so I know exactly where I need to put everything back. So once I'm happy with how everything looks, I can move things around still at this point, and I'm just going to see what it looks like in my frame. I really like how that looks. I think it looks so cool. So before I move on, I'm just going to glue my papers into place first. You need to do this step first before you move on, because we need to be able to put these panels back in. But I also needed to glue these papers back in first before the panels went inside. So I'm just using a glue stick and smoothing them out. I also did the same with the piece of bark, except I adhered that using some hot glue and then press it till the glue sets. So once my paper and my birch bark in place, I'm now removing those other elements. I'm trying to keep them in somewhat of an order when I remove them. And now I'm going to put my panels back into place. So I decided to do it this way because I figured it would allow me to get my 3D elements in place a little bit more easily. I'm using some hot glue to adhere all of them. I'm using some moss just to break up the color a little bit, because some of my pieces were light, like this piece of, this is a piece of porcelain that I found on the beach one year when I was looking for some beach glass. This piece is just a little branch with some lichen on it that I had foraged. I thought it would just be a fun little touch to add some foraged items as well. It's such a fun piece. This is a really neat idea to do with kids as well, especially those who love to collect all those natural treasures. So next I am adding this piece of antler. This is some deer antler that I had. On my family's homestead, the deer naturally drop their antlers, and my husband tried to make some buttons out of it. So he had one little extra piece, and I thought this would be a fun little added touch. This is just another branch that's got a cute little pine cone on it. I thought it would be a nice addition as well. These are some flowers that I had grown in my front flower bed. They're called Pearly Everlasting. And again, I thought that it would be a really pretty added touch to this piece. And now I'm adding just a bit more moss again, and I'm adding this beautiful polished rock that I had in my stash. I thought again it would be a really fun piece to add, and I think it looks amazing. This is my absolute favorite of the day. I'm using this beautiful birch bark tube that I had found out in the forest. If you find something like this, you just have to make sure that it is empty of any contents. If there's any spots lifting, you can just glue them back into place. If you can't find anything like this, then just take a paper tube, cover it in scrapbook paper that's birch bark pattern, fabric, anything you would like. So for at the ends, I am going to be using these wood slices. Now, I got my inspiration from these particular pieces that I had found on Pinterest. And these were done using a whole piece of wood. I didn't have that, and I also wanted to try and recreate this in an easier way. So I thought creating a faux log by plugging off the ends with a couple of wood slices that I got from the dollar store would work. If you don't want to do it that way, you could fill the ends in with moss. I'm just gluing in one of the wood slices on one end. You do not want to glue the other end in place because we need that piece to be removable. So here's that end. You can see that there's a bit of a notch here. That is perfect. If your piece doesn't have a notch, cut one out. You want this wood slice to be removable. We're going to be placing a battery pack inside there, and we need that battery pack to be accessible. So moss is a great alternative. I'm going to be using this garden stake that I got from a store called Dollarama, but you can use jumbo craft sticks. You can pick those up at Walmart. So right now I'm just trying to figure out where I need to cut this down. I'm just going to use a craft knife, cut through a couple of layers, and then I'm going to be snapping that where I use my craft knife to cut through. You can see how easy it is to snap once you cut through a few layers. I've already decided on which is going to be the top portion of my log. I'm using a craft knife, and as you can see, I had already used my wood piece to figure out how big of a hole I need to cut out. So I'm just applying some pressure, being very careful not to apply too much pressure that I actually crack the bark. I just want to be able to cut through it. And once I'm able to, I'm just going to take my scissors and start to cut away at that bark until I am left with a rectangular opening. That rectangular opening should be slightly smaller than that piece of craft stick or garden stake piece that we had cut down to size. So you can see here our craft stick is just a little bit bigger than our hole, and that's exactly what you want. I'm just going to put it inside, and you can see how it just fits underneath. There should be a little bit of a lip on each side. All right, so I'm going to put my battery pack in place, and you can see how it's kind of wobbly. We will be fixing that issue here in a bit. I'm going to place my fairy lights in through the hole. This is a 10 strand of fairy lights. And you can see how the wire is kind of backed around itself, and you want to make sure that the switch is facing outward. So I'm going to be using these quartz crystals I got from BB Craft several years ago now, but I have seen them at Michael's and other online stores. I'm just going to lay them out on that little wood slice that I have. And I'm just kind of roughly just making sure I have enough to fill that tray, that wood slice. Now I'm just going to be using my crocodile, and I'm going to be punching some holes, the 1/8 hole size, into the wood piece. So the reason for this is going to be really cool. I can't wait to share this with you. It is just unreal how beautiful this piece is going to be. So I'm just going to make sure that the holes are within the opening of our birch bark tube. I've punched a total of 10 holes, one for each crystal. Okay, so now I'm going to add hot glue to each hole, and then our LED fairy lights, I'm going to turn them on, and I'm pressing each individual LED light into the hole with glue, and then adding some more glue to that hole. I'm going to be doing this for each light and each hole individually. You can see that I am using my finger to kind of press the glue into place. I'm allowing that glue to cool down for a little bit, and then I press it down. That way here I know that the light is going to stay in place in that hole. So if you have a really close look at your fairy lights, you'll kind of see that they're a little bit rounded on one side, and that is the side that I'm pushing into the hole. If you don't have a big chomper, I would definitely just carefully put a hole into this wood piece. You could try to drill it through, but this wood is actually pretty fragile, so just be careful. So as you can see, I've got all my lights into all the holes. I'm just working on the last one right here, and it's turned out really cool. I really like how well this worked. So I'm just going to tuck all my wires inside. Now I'm going to put the wood piece inside our tube, just like you see me doing right here. So I'm just going to make sure that it is lined up so that there is a bit of a rim around the wood piece. And then I'm going to take my hot glue gun and I'm going to start to add some glue around each edge. So I'm just going to put it underneath the lip of the birch bark. And you're just going to run a bit of glue. And then it's really, really important that you hold it in place until the glue sets. Once the glue is set on one side, you can go ahead and work on the other side and do the same thing. Apply glue and then hold till the glue is set. So on the ends, you can see there's a bit more of a gap. So I'm just going to build up layers of glue until I've got a really good, solid, secure spot on each end. And go ahead and add some extra hot glue as needed around each seam. So the wood piece is all set into place, and you can see how wobbly this piece is. So I decided that I would use another piece of this garden stake or your craft stick. I'm just cutting it down to size, and then I am going to glue it to the base of this piece. You just want to make sure that it is centered and it's on the right spot, so then the wood slice that's all got the lights in it is facing directly up. So I'm applying some wood glue and I'm going to place that into the bottom, just like you see me doing there. And then if you need to, go ahead and add some extra hot glue. Now, as you can see, you can see that wood slice, but don't worry, we are going to be covering that up here in a bit. Once the glue has set on there, you can turn your lights on. Feel free to put the wood slice back in or your moss, whatever you are using for the end. And you got that little notch so you can pull out that one wood slice. Here, I'm going to just show you quickly what it looks like with moss. It's really cute as well and very, very easy to access that battery pack. All right, so now I'm going to start to glue my little crystals into place over top of those lights. So some of mine are kind of broken, so I'm just going to build up a layer of glue on this just so it can stick up a little bit better on my wood slice. I'm adding glue, letting it cool, adding some more glue until I get a look that I am happy with. Now, I didn't have to do this to all my crystal pieces, and you may not have to do this step as well. So just depends on the type of crystals that you have and the quality that you have. So now you can add a little glue, put the crystal over top of one of those lights, and you can see how beautiful that glow is. So the original inspiration pieces were absolutely gorgeous. They really, really were. And I just couldn't resist. I'm like, I have all the supplies. I am just going to go for it. I'm going to try to make my own. And I have to say, I am so, so pleased with how it's coming together. So I'm just going to continue to add the glue, add the crystals over the lights until I get it all filled up. This is absolutely stunning so far. Now we need to cover up our work. I'm going to use some preserved reindeer moss, and I like to add just a little bit of glue in between, and then I'm using a bamboo skewer to push that moss into place, because as you can see, there's lots of little crevices in around the crystals, and it's kind of hard to get my finger in there. So I'm just going to push the moss into the glue and allow that glue to set. I'm going to continue to work in around until I get that wood slice or the wood piece all covered up, and then we'll work on the rest of the piece. So it's really coming together nicely. Now I'm just going to go around the outside edge just to cover up our cut line on the birch bark, and I'm just adding just a little bit of moss here and there just to make it look a little more natural. I decided to add a little bit of moss on the end here as well, just to create more of a whimsical look, just to make it look like the moss is spilling out over the log as it's growing. I think it's just so magical. So now I'm going to work on the base, the little platform that we created so that our log wasn't rolling around. Again, just adding a little bit of hot glue and using the moss to cover up that wood piece. I'd actually love to know if you have any whimsical DIYs that you'd like me to recreate, so drop me a comment down below. So it came together so well. I'm just going to show you how you can just pop that wood end and then turn those lights off so easily, and then you can change out the batteries very easily as well. You can put your wood slice or moss back into place. Let me know what you think of this project. For this project, you're going to need some wood beads or some wooden drawer pulls, something round. You're also going to need some napkin. I'm using the script napkin, some matte decoupage glue, as well as some plastic wrap. Now I'm just cutting this plastic wrap down to size. I need to be able to protect my wood beads. Feel free to use something like a little plastic ball or some plastic beads. I had a really good assortment of some different sizes of wood beads, so that's why I chose to go this way and why I need to protect them, because I am going to be decoupaging on these beads and I don't want the water to damage them. So I set those aside for now. Now I'm going to work on this napkin. I actually got this napkin from a store called Daiso several years ago. I don't know if they still have them or not, but you could use any napkin. You could also use tissue paper that's got script on it, or you could even stamp onto tissue paper if you have a script stamp. Just make sure that the stamp ink is waterproof. So I'm just going to work on this napkin, tearing it down to size. I only want the small script, and I'm setting any pieces aside that are still usable. You can definitely use those for some other projects coming up. So I'm just going to continue to work on this. Again, again, just tearing it down into little pieces like you see me doing here. Next, I'm also going to tear up some backing from some other napkins that I had in my stash. Again, just tearing it up into small little workable pieces that I know that will work around those little wood beads. Again, I actually think I would have probably used tissue paper instead next time. This napkin was quite fragile to work with, and I had to build up several layers to create something really nice and strong. So I'm going to use a combination of some matte decoupage and some water. I'm doing 2 parts glue to 1 part water. I just find that my glue just goes further then, and it doesn't build up a super thick layer. I also find that even the matte decoupage glue tends to be a little bit on the shiny side, and if I add water, it's not quite as shiny. So I'm going to start to apply some of my glue. You can see it's not super drippy, which is exactly what I wanted. I'm going to press my tissue. I'm starting off with the plain white, and I'm putting it into place. And again, I'm adding a layer of the glue over top. So I'm just going to continue to build the glue and the napkin layers, and I'm only going about halfway down to 2/3 of the way down on the bead. I'm not completely covering this bead. I also want the edges of this to be nice and rough and kind of rugged, and you'll see why here in a minute once we are completed with this particular bead. So I'm just going to continue work on this layer with the plain white, and then we will start to work on the script layer. Again, I was inspired by Pinterest. Here's my inspiration pieces. I also just want to let you know that you will want to be very, very careful and delicate when you are using napkin, because it does tear easily once it gets wet. So I am using a soft bristled brush. I'm applying the script now, and I'm really liking how this is coming together. So I'm just going to apply those little pieces just randomly. I don't need the words to make sense on this piece, so just layer them over top of them, overlapping the pieces until you get a look that you are happy with. If you're not using a napkin that's scripted like this one is, then I would definitely recommend using a pattern that is very, very small. You don't want to use anything that's too big and overwhelming. So as you can see, my bead is halfway to 2/3 covered. I'm just trimming off the excess plastic so it can sit on my protective mat very easily, and I put it aside to dry partially. So it's starting to dry here, and I felt like it was still a little bit too thin, so I decided to add some more layers of the script tissue, and then I'm going to allow it to fully dry. So again, I'm allowing these to dry well on a protected surface, and I've got a vent that blows over top of these down in my basin, so they dry really well. I'm going to work on my stems. So what we're creating right now are some mushrooms. So the wood beads, we created those mushroom caps. And here I'm creating my stems by using some straws. Use any straw. This is just some straws that I had in my drawer that I thought would be perfect for this project. I am going to add some tissue that I had in my scrap pile, and I added a bit of the decoupage glue, and I'm wrapping these pieces around the straw. You're going to be just layering with glue and layering with this tissue. This tissue is a thicker one. It is a handmade tissue, and I actually really like how this is working, how it's coming together. I'm going to show you another way on how you can create the stems here in a minute. I actually prefer this way, and you'll see why. So I'm just going to continue to work on this, and then I'm going to set it aside and allow it to dry well. I do end up needing a longer straw than what you see here, and I need one of my straw ends to be poking out and not completely covered with the tissue paper, and I'll show you why here in a minute. Next, here I'm just going to show you how you can create the stem in another way. I threw some scraps in with my diluted decoupage glue. The glue is about 1 part glue, 1 part water. Just tearing the strips down and just mixing that into glue. I'm kind of creating somewhat of a like paper mache kind of a consistency here. And now I'm just going to add those little clumpy pieces around my straw. Now, it ended up being quite the mess, I will admit. So I definitely prefer, even though it took me a lot longer to create wrapping the tissue around the straw, this just ended up being really lumpy and clumpy and took a very long time to dry. So, but you know, if you prefer this, then go for it. I would definitely suggest that you just do what works best for you. So I'm just going to continue to work on this clumpy mess and then I will show you the next step. So at this point, I wanted to kind of smooth it out a little bit more. So I took some of my dry strips and I wrapped it around, and there was enough glue in the clumpy bits that were already on there that I actually didn't need to add any extra glue. So our mushroom caps are partially dry. I let them dry for quite a while, but as I pulled these wood beads out, I was just being very careful. I ended up using a scissor to pop them out, because it just kept on turning around and around on me inside. There, I just got it out. Awesome. But as I was pulling the plastic away, I discovered that it was still wet inside. So I pulled that aside, set these aside and allowed them to finish drying on the inside. They were still a little bit pliable, but aren't they cute? I think they are so awesome. So I'm just going to continue to work on the rest of these little mushroom caps, and then I will show you the stems. Okay, my stems are all set and my mushroom caps are all set and dry, ready to be used. The mushroom caps are still quite thin, but that's okay. You can see here how I got a little bit of the straw uncovered. I need that because here we're using our fairy lights again. And I have a total, I think, of 12 lights on this strand. I'm going to take one of the lights, I'm going to fold the wire, and I'm going to push that light into the tube. And as you can see, I've stopped it by bending the wire at the bottom, and the light is in the clear portion of this upper straw. That is going to allow the light to glow beautifully like a lamp. I added some glue on the inner part of the mushroom cap, put the stem into place into that glue, and as you can see, these wires are removable if you feel the need to replace this at any time. So I'm just going to continue to work on the rest of the mushrooms. They came together really, really well. So I decided I want some smaller mushrooms to go with this as well. I've got these red ones and I don't want them red, I want them neutral. I wanted to cover them up with some primer. I'm using gesso. Now the reason for this is because I have experimented with these in the past, and if you just use any kind, like even chalk paint, I found that the dye from that red actually bled through. So I've discovered that the gesso covers it up really well. So I'm going to coat each of these mushrooms with the gesso. I'm setting them aside and allowing them to dry well. I've got 2 different size mushrooms here, and I picked these up from my local craft store, but I've seen them at Michael's, other dollar stores, as well as online. The gesso is all nice and dry. Now I'm gonna give these a coat of some primitive Deco Art chalk paint. It's kind of like a little bit of like a khaki color, maybe a little lighter than that. I, again, wanted to create a nice neutral look. So I'm gonna give each mushroom a coat of the chalk paint, and then I'll allow that to dry well. You could try spray painting your mushrooms if you want, or maybe you can find some mushrooms that were a nice neutral color, but this is all I was able to find in around my area. So as you can see, I'm allowing those mushrooms to dry well. I've got this piece of styrofoam, it works great. I decided to add this tan color. It's just a craft paint that I picked up from Michael's. I'm using a soft bristled brush and I'm just adding a little bit to the top, and then I'm going to take my finger and just kind of dab it off. I just kind of wanted to create a little bit more definition to these mushrooms, and I thought this kind of added to it. You can see the difference between the two right here. So I'm going to continue to work on these other mushrooms, again just applying a little bit of the paint, dabbing it off until I get a look that I am happy with. So to create a little bit more of a authentic look, I'm using some cream paint. This cream paint's a bit of an off-white. I'm using the end of a round paintbrush here and I'm just dabbing it into the paint, and then I'm going to create some little dots on our mushrooms. I just thought it was a really cute little touch. I really like that toadstool look, especially seeing them in the forest. I just think it's just such a beautiful, magical, whimsical touch. Of course, you don't have to do this step, but I just thought it was a fun look. So I want to protect the work that we've done because we put a lot of work into these little mushrooms. So I'm going to give each mushroom a coat of some matte varnish. This is from Decor. It's my favorite varnish to use. It's low odor, so it works great, and it just has a hint of a sheen to it. So I'm just going to, again, apply it to each mushroom, allow them to dry well, and then we're going to be ready to work on the base of our project. So I'm using this wood slab that I've got. It's about a 6-inch, maybe 8-inch piece. I don't want to wreck this wood slice with glue, so I'm going to cut out a piece of cardboard, and it's going to be just a little bit smaller than our wood slice. I just wanted it to fit just inside so that the the bark is still showing, but you don't actually end up seeing the cardboard. Now, of course, you don't have to do this step if you don't want, but like I said, I don't want to destroy my wood slice, so I could use it again for another project at a later date. So I'm going to paint my wood slice just with some green paint. You don't have to be perfect with this. You don't even have to do this step. You could cover this up with paper instead, but I wanted to create a bit of a mossy look. So I'm using some olive green paint, and then I'm also going to be using some leaf green paint over top of this, just here and there. And I'm applying the leaf green paint with the same paintbrush, and I am applying it over this entire, well, not the entire piece, just kind of creating like a blotchy look. Again, kind of making it look kind of moss-like. Once it's all painted to your desired look, you can allow it to dry well. So we're going to start to assemble everything, but I wanted to add just another little touch to this wood slice. I didn't like that you could see the raw edge of the cardboard, so I'm just going to use this green hemp twine that I had from in my stash. I got this from my local dollar store. I'm telling you, my local dollar store is awesome. It has so many fun, unique craft supplies. So I'm just going to use some hot glue and attach it to the edge of this little cardboard slice, and then we can put the rest of the pieces together. So remember, we have a battery pack that we need to hide for those lights that we're putting inside our mushroom. So I am going to create a bit of a pedestal, and I'm using these tumbling blocks that I got from Dollar Tree. If I stack one on top of the other, it's the exact height of our battery pack. So I am going to create 3 stacks of 2. You can see me doing that right here. I'm just going to use hot glue. You can use some wood glue as well, but I'm just trying to be quick with this project. So I got my 3 stacks of tumbling blocks, and now I am going to just line them up around the battery pack. And then I'm going to take my hot glue. I'm going to make sure that I've got everything lined up properly first, of course. And now I'm going to use my hot glue, and I'm just going to quickly add some to the tops, working very quickly here. And then I'm going to press my cardboard into place, and then you've got the exact location of where you need those little feet to be. And you can see that our battery pack is accessible. We can turn the lights off, we can change the batteries. This works great. There's even enough room to hide the excess wire as needed. All right, let's put all our other pieces together. Our mushrooms are ready to go. I've got some preserved reindeer moss, 2 types, as well as some birch bark. You're also going to need your fairy lights, a hot glue gun, any extra hot glue, don't forget, cutting tools, as well as some branches. You know me and branches. I love to use them in my projects along with some birch bark. So I needed to camouflage underneath our little cardboard slice. I don't want all of that to be showing. So I am going to be using this particular preserved reindeer moss. Now I've got 2 different types here, and this one is a drier consistency. So I'm going to layer the moss and some twigs underneath that cardboard slice. And that way here, it's going to cover up all that work that's underneath and create more of a realistic look. So I find that with projects like this, it's a lot about layering. So I will add a little piece, add another piece on top of that, and I might need to use another little branch here. So you could use some Spanish moss instead if you don't have any preserved reindeer moss. I know I have seen some Spanish moss that's in green color or lots of other colors as well. I'm adding some moss to the edge of our cardboard as well because I want to cover all of that up as well. And I am going to make sure that the battery pack gets covered up as well. Not completely, but just enough so you can't see it. It's just enough so you can actually access that battery pack, but it doesn't stand out like a sore thumb. So just going to go ahead and add a little bit of moss. I had to put the battery pack into place so I knew exactly where I needed to put that moss. So I'm just going to show you how that's going to work right now. Battery pack's in place. I've got my cardboard into place as well. You can see how awesome that turned out. Worked great. So now I'm going to start to layer some pieces on top of the cardboard. Now you got to remember the cardboard is not glued to my wood slice. It is loose. So I'm going to glue some branches. I love to use branches to create lots of depth and dimension. So I'm going to layer a few branches first. I like to start with my larger ones. I'm just going to again use my hot glue to glue these all into place. I love to go foraging for branches. I actually just get these ones from a trail really close to me. And they prune those shrubs anyways because they have to keep the path of the trail clear. So I like to go and snip a few for crafting. So I'm just going to put my battery pack into place and I'm turning my lights on because I'm going to start to weave my lights into place. And I'm also going to start to add my mushrooms. So remember, we've got each wire bent in place where I want to have a mushroom. So I think it was about every second or third light I bent, and that's where I'm going to be putting a mushroom. So I'm just going to figure out a placement for each individual mushroom, and then you want to add a dollop of hot glue, put the stem into place, and you want to make sure you hold until the glue sets before you release it because the mushrooms will topple over. So I'm going to continue to add each mushroom, just kind of scattering them over top of the cardboard. And every once in a while, you'll have to just bend the wire that is left behind to hide it, as well as making sure that those other little lights are showing as well. So I need to cover up those wires. So I'm going to start to add some moss, some birch bark, as well as our other little mushrooms and any additional branches that we need to add. I'm using the moss again to cover up that wire and also to kind of cover up the cardboard. I don't completely cover the cardboard because you don't end up really seeing it because of the green. I'm also adding a little bit of birch bark. Again, I foraged this. This is actually just some torn pieces from a larger piece of birch bark. I'm just going to continue to layer all of my elements until I get a really beautiful, kind of like a forest floor look, and it almost looks like luminescent mushrooms and little fireflies prancing around. I'm adding a little mushroom. Again, add some glue, hold the mushroom in place till the glue sets. Don't forget you need to work on your backside, and you can move the wires around as needed, just gently. Just be careful that you don't accidentally tug so hard that you pull the mushrooms off. So I'm just going to continue to work on this piece until I get the look I like. It's coming together so well, and it's better than what I imagined compared to my inspiration piece. This is something that I made with my own 2 hands, and I'm just so excited that I was able to share this with you. So I felt like I ended up covering my branches a little bit too much, so I'm just adding additional branches where needed. You could add a cute little fairy or figurine of some type if you feel. I just love the mushrooms on their own. I just think they're gorgeous, and I would love to know what you think of this project. I'm using this cake tin, and as you can see, it's no longer usable. There's a bit of rust, and I'm going to give it a coat of this craft paint and baking soda paint mixture. Now, I don't have any chalk paint left, and I wanted to use chalk paint, so I thought, well, I'm gonna try out the baking soda paint. I have used it before, and I really like it. I give it 2 to 3 coats of the paint and allow it to dry well in between. This paint has quite a bit of texture to it. It's not quite the same as chalk paint, so keep that in mind if you're using it. And the recipe is down below. Once the pan is all dry, I am now going to add some scraps of floral foam that I had in my stash. I'm going to glue it at the bottom, so I'm covering up the lettering in the pan. I'm generously applying hot glue and then pushing it into place and allowing the glue to set. If you've been following me for a while, you'll know how much I love to add natural elements to my decor. I have this large piece of birch bark that I had forged from the forest floor, and I'm cutting it down into more manageable pieces. This piece is great because it's got lots of texture and it's fairly flat. So I'm just going to continue to cut it up, and then I'll show you what I do with it. Once I have the birch bark cut down, I am now going to be covering up the front portion of the floral foam. So I'm just eyeballing it here, and I'm just cutting it down to shape, and I'm just kind of measuring as I go along, as you can see here. And I'm just going to continue to cut it until it fits inside the pan. Once you have your birch bark cut down to size, you're going to generously apply some hot glue, apply the bark to the front of your floral foam, press and hold into place till the glue sets. A great alternative to the bark would be to use some scrapbook paper. I know not everybody can get birch bark, so keep that in mind. Now I have a little bit of a gap there at the bottom, so I'm just taking some little pieces of the birch bark and I'm gluing them into place. And that'll cover up that bottom edge. So I have the desired amount of birch bark on my piece, and now I want to cover up the floral foam. So I'm using this preserved reindeer moss, applying some hot glue, and then pressing it onto the floral foam. Just be careful that you don't use too much hot glue, as I'm going to be sticking some faux flowers into the foam. So here I have a selection from Dollar Tree and my local dollar store, and I really love these flowers. They look like I went out into the garden or a meadow and picked them. I'm just cutting them down and then sticking them into the foam. It's okay for this to kind of have a wild look. That's what I'm wanting to go for. So I'm just going to layer in my flowers and some greenery until I have the desired look I like. I love these little roses that I picked up from Dollar Tree. Here I'm just cutting some down to a smaller size and using some hot glue to put them into place. I didn't bother using some hot glue in the other stems because I like to be able to reuse those. And here we have a beautiful display. I put mine on an easel. You could definitely create a hanger. Just remember to use some really strong adhesive. It's early in the morning and everything is lush and green, so I thought it would be a great time to collect some leaves and some florals to do some flower and leaf pounding, as well as showing you how you can use those items that we are going to be creating. You'll need a container with a lid and some wet paper towel along with some scissors and a spray bottle. Go out and just snip some of the florals and leaves, and then what you're going to do is actually place those florals and leaves into the container that has the wet paper towel. And then I also take my misting bottle and just give it a light spray as well. That will just help to preserve them and help them to last a little longer. So then you don't have to be in a rush through this process. You can take your time. You can also just come back outside throughout the day, because I know some florals, they bloom during certain times of day as well. So just enjoy this time. Once you have everything gathered, you can go ahead and gather your other supplies. I have a hammer. You'll need either parchment paper or a sheet of plastic. Paper towel will work as well. I have a hard surface board, an assortment of papers. You can even use fabric. This is watercolor paper. I found it worked the best. Here's my assortment of leaves and florals as well. If you're not sure what flower and leaf pounding is, it's where you transfer the color from those botanical and transfer it onto some paper or some fabric. So I have a square of some watercolor paper that I had cut out, and now I'm just laying out my flowers. I had these pretty little violets that were growing on the side of my house. I also added the greenery. I have a fern and I have this leaf that I picked off of a shrub. And what you want to do is just create a design that you are happy with, and then you place your sheet of plastic or your parchment paper or paper towel, and then you take your hammer and you start to pound it. This is the pounding that we were talking about earlier. I have to say, it's actually kind of satisfying. It's noisy. Keep that in mind. I am using a hammer on a hard surface, but you want to go over it with your hammer. At first I started gently, but then I discovered I needed to go a little bit harder with my hammer. Play around with it and see what you come up with. The fern was okay. The leaf didn't leave much of a color, but let me tell you, those violets, it was beautiful. So go through your garden, pick different colors and see what you can come up with. Some things will do really well, other things won't. Sometimes as you go along, you discover that what you plan on doing doesn't end up working out. So you have to go back to the drawing board or do a little more research, a little bit more experimenting. And I discovered that a better quality watercolor paper works a whole lot better. So I decided to give a better quality watercolor paper a try to see if I could get some color from this marigold as well as some of these fern leaves to transfer onto the paper. So I just cut a strip from the watercolor paper pad and I just started to layer some of my botanicals and some flowers. I was very pleasantly surprised with the marigold flowers. This time around I wanted to try the paper towel, and I'm telling you, this worked out so much better. I am so much happier with that. It definitely worked so much better with the Strathmore paper. I decided that I wanted to make a bookmark out of this particular piece. I really like the colors in it. So I just dug out some scraps of some trim here, and I'm just cutting them down just to make a little tab for the top of this bookmark. I also had some leaf trim. I thought that was really fun. So I'm going to be attaching all of these using my tiny attacher. It's by Tim Holtz Ranger. So I just stapled that into place. It just leaves some really, really tiny staples. And then I also took a corner puncher just to round off the corners. I just thought it made it just look a little bit better. I like the look of that. Of course, you don't have to do this if you don't want to, but I was really happy with that. And then I decided to add this little bookmark to this journal. I am loving this journal. It's filling up with some really fun things. So I have this large grapevine wreath and it had fallen apart, so I am going to be separating it into two separate sections. Here I've got a smaller bunch and I'm going to take some florist wire and treat this like a twist tie and keep the bundle together. You can add as many bits of the branches as you need from the main wreath, as you see to the right there. And then once you are all done adding your wire, you can then use some of these paper butterflies. I picked these up at a local dollar store. I have seen something similar at Dollar Tree in different colors. Now I'm taking those paper butterflies and I'm folding them in half, as I want my butterflies to have some dimension. I'm using an assortment of sizes and types of butterflies, as you can see here. I love these so much. They're so pretty. And then using your hot glue gun, you can start to figure out your placement. So as you can see, I have some large butterflies here, and I'm going to use those ones to cover up my wires. Don't want those green wires to show. So we'll just add some hot glue to the backs and then put those into place. Hold them into place till they set. So you're going to continue to add as many butterflies and style and shape as you'd like. And you can see I'm using a lot of different sizes as well. This is such a quick and easy way to create a wreath, great for a beginner. And if you can find a grapevine wreath, you can definitely take it apart if it's in the style as you see here. There are some different types of grapevine wreaths, and you will just have to look to see what you can find out there. You can even pick these up at thrift stores. And the butterflies, I've seen lots of different fabric butterflies, or you can even use a cutting machine and cut them out of cardstock, whatever you have on hand. And here is our wreath. It is so easy and I absolutely love how it looks. So for our next wreath, I'm going to be using the other half of that large grapevine wreath. And I picked up this grapevine garland from the thrift store. It was only $2.50. Garlands are a great way to cover a wreath form such as a grapevine wreath, especially if you are a beginner. I highly recommend searching out some garlands. You can get them at craft stores, or I've seen them at dollar stores. I got this one from the thrift store, and this one is great because it has wires in it. So I'm just using those wires to attach my garland to the wreath form. This way here, I can take it apart if I ever get tired of the way it is. So I'm just going to continue to wrap my garland around my wreath form and use the wires to attach it. Another option is to use some florist wire to attach any of your garland to your wreath. Once you have your garland in place, you can decide on which is going to be the top part of your wreath. And then you can go in and add some extra greenery or florals. I have these ferns that I picked up from a local dollar store called Dollarama, but you can look at Michael's, again, the thrift stores or your dollar stores or any of your local craft stores. I'm just cutting them down with wire. This time I'm adding a bit of hot glue and then putting the stem into the wreath. Now, I am going for a real wild garden look, so these ferns work great for that. And the beauty of going for a bit more of a wild look is that it does not have to look perfect, as nature does not grow perfectly. So keep that in mind, especially if you're a beginner. This is a great way to create a wreath. So once you have all your greenery in place, you can go in and add some flowers. I got these little spray roses from Dollar Tree. They come in lots of different colors. And I'm just keeping with a neutral look. And I'm just evenly placing the flowers all around our wreath. And you can use any flowers you'd like, any colors you'd like. Just really think outside the box and create something beautiful and easy for your home decor. So continue to add some flowers evenly throughout your wreath. I'm just loving how this looks, but I've got another little addition that I want to add to this that's really going to make this pop, and it is so fun. I found these beautiful battery operated lights from Walmart, and they are a wire and they've got a beautiful little flower and a little pearl, so they have a beautiful glow. And beauty of this, since it's on a wire, I can wrap these in and around my wreath. And a tip is turn your lights on first before you place your lights in your wreath. Then you can see the placement of your lights to make sure that they're not all clumped in one spot. So you can see my battery pack. It's at the bottom of my wreath. I'm going to flip it over, wrap the excess wire around the battery pack, and then using some wire, I'm just going to weave it through my wreath and then twist it like a twist tie again, and that'll help hold my battery pack in place. Dollar Tree has these battery operated LED pillar candles. I'm going to be using these dried hydrangea cluster flowers, and I am also going to be using some white copy paper, some tape, some scissors, and I'm going to be using some glittered hairspray. I picked this up at Halloween. You're going to start off by wrapping the candle with the copy paper. Now, the reason why you're going to need to do this is because this candle is made of wax, and anything that you attach to this, especially if you're using heat, is not going to adhere, as I discovered. So I'm just going to trim the paper down, and I'm going to be using tape to adhere this to the candle. Again, my hot glue will not work on this. You could try use another adhesive, but I wanted to just use my paper and tape so I can remove this and use this battery operated LED candle for a future use if I wanted to. So I've got my paper all measured out and trimmed it down to size. I taped it all into place. Next, I've taken the hydrangea and sprayed them with the glittered hairspray outside. It's a really fine gold glitter spray. I'm now going to trim these down to a more usable size. I'm just using some scissors, and now I'm going to just go ahead and trim them down some more. It just makes it so much easier to work with them. They're really, really easy to cut down. The stems aren't super woody or anything like that. So now I'm going to take my hot glue gun. I'm going to add some hot glue to the paper, and I'm going to press the flowers into that hot glue, and that will help them to stick. Now they will be a bit loose because we are working with clusters. I find that also hot glue works the best because you've got an immediate hold, unlike a wet glue where you're gonna have to press and hold it into place until that glue sets. So I'm just gonna go ahead and continue to add some hot glue and press my flowers into the glue until the entire paper is covered. So once covered, you can go in and fill in little spots that are sparse, like you see me right here. You can also go in and trim things up because you can see that some of these pieces are kind of going crazy. So it's really pretty though, and it's a really easy project, a fun way to use any of those dried floral or dried hydrangea florals that you have from your garden. I really, really love these. So I had trimmed the bottom of the candle as well so it can sit on a counter nicely. I'm now going to remove the protective tab for the batteries. You can turn the switch on, and that is it. This is a gorgeous nature-inspired candle, and I think it's just such a beautiful and romantic touch for any room. So we're going to cover up another one of those battery operated lights. This time I'm using some feathers that I picked up. I'm also going to be using some jute ribbon and twine. I am going to wrap a band around the base of this candle, and the band is made out of jute. You can just use a regular fabric, any type of fabric that you have, but I've got this jute ribbon, so I thought I'd use that. Now again, the hot glue is not going to stick to the candle, so I needed something to anchor the feathers to, so I decided to use this jute twine. Now, I got my feathers from Dollar Tree, but you can go around and forage these from a beach if you'd like, or maybe you've got some in your stash already. I'm going to go ahead and add some hot glue to the ribbon and then place the end of the feather into the glue. So I'm just going to go ahead and just add them all over, and then once we've got it partially filled in, you can go in and start to overlap your feathers as well and just create a really, really cool look using all these beautiful feathers. Once you have this all filled in as much as you like, you can now attach it by wrapping that ribbon around your candle. So you can see I'm having the ribbon go right up to the bottom of our candle. Don't worry, we're going to be taking care of the ends of those feathers as well. But first I wanted to attach this ribbon band around the base of the candle. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap that and then glue that into place. You can see I'm not adding the glue directly to the candle. Again, it will just melt. So once that is pressed into place, you can check to make sure everything is holding into place really well. And now I'm going to be using my scissors and I'm going to trim off the ends. That way here it will sit on a surface nice and flat. So you may need to go in and add a few more feathers and also make sure that they're all secure. But once you're done that, you can now use some jute twine or any string or ribbon for that matter, and you're going to wrap the base of the feathers with the twine. That will hide any of the hot glue that's showing, and it just makes it for a neater and more rustic look. So I'm going to go ahead and just again glue that into place, and I'm going to go ahead and wrap that all around. So again, you want to remove the protective battery tab and then turn it on. And this is such a unique candle for some nature decor. I think it's so, so cool. I was also thinking that it might be actually kind of cool too if these feathers were painted with some artwork. I just love how this piece turned out, and it's great for all year round. Since birch bark is one of my favorite things to craft with, I thought I have to cover a candle with the bark as well. So we're going to do that all the same steps as before with prepping your candle by using the paper. Now I'm going to glue some strips of the birch bark onto the paper. I was being quite generous with the hot glue, and you are going to need to hold the birch bark into place while you're adhering it, because otherwise it could pop off quite easily. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that. Wrap these pieces of birch bark all the way around. One thing you want to make sure of is that you don't use any strips of the birch bark that are too thick. It does make it more difficult to use for a project like this, as I have found over the years of using birch bark for my crafts. So again, just lots of hot glue, put it into place and hold it there while it sets. Now keep in mind, this is going to be quite hot, so if that bothers you, then I highly recommend you use some finger protectors, or you can use some heat-safe gloves as well. You might be able to find a full piece of birch bark that will fit over this candle. If you do, that is awesome, but I'm going to show you here how you can just use lots of little different pieces to adhere to the candle, just like you see me doing here. So now that I have worked my way to the top, I'm going to just add a few more pieces so they are kind of sticking up above the top of the candle. I really like that look, and it will also hide the paper so you can't see it as much. So now that it's fully covered, I'm just going to go in and add just a few little pieces here and there. You can also add a touch of lichen or moss. I thought that would be a really pretty touch, but that is it. It was really easy. You can trim off the bottom if it's not sitting properly on your shelf or your counter, but I think this is such a unique candle to have, and it was so easy to make and so fun. So I just want to quickly show you, here is a tin where I use some birch bark strips the same way as I did in the candle. And also this pot, this little mini fire pot, just the same technique as before. It's so fun. So this particular solar light from Dollar Tree is actually new to me, and I really like the shape, and I actually really like the glow that the light had. Believe it or not, this one can snap apart as well. So you just have to be careful when you're taking it apart, as there's a lot of little tiny pieces that could snap. You just have to gently work away until the pieces let loose. They are built to snap into each other. Like this part here has got kind of a little hook, so you just have to kind of bend it gently to pop it out. This clear part also comes out, which is awesome because again, we are going to be painting this piece. So I'm going to take everything apart that I can. This part here comes off. Again, I'm just going to take the screws out and I'm going to set those aside. We don't want to lose those little screws. They're small. I'm going to pop this panel off as well. And then you can see how everything is exposed underneath. And now I'm going to start to prep this piece to paint. So again, I'm going to cover up that little solar light panel. We do not want to get paint on there. I feel like a broken record, but it's true. We don't, because that'll affect how much power it gets. So I'm just going to, again, just tape that off. So I'm actually kind of curious. Have any of you used these solar lights for any really fun outdoor projects? If you have, let me know. I'm really curious. I've seen lots of other people do some neat things, but I'm actually wondering what kind of neat things you have done with these. So again, I'm going to rough up the surface with my sanding block, and then I'm going to use my gesso again, but I actually am going to show you a really neat gesso that you can get, and I'm going to share another option with you as well. So did you know that you can get black gesso? Yes, you can. This is the DecoArt brand. It's a nice smooth consistency. As you can see, it works really well on a surface like this. You can also get clear gesso. Now, I have some, and you get it in the Liquitex brand, and it is a little bit more expensive, but of course, on a surface like this, you could use a clear, and it works really, really well. So I really like this black. Of course, it's fitting for a piece like this. And the reason why I'm going with black is because I actually do need a black surface for the painting technique that I am going to show you. So I'm going to cover the entire piece where I'm going to be painting with this gesso, and I'm going to allow it to dry. Now to speed up drying, you can of course use a blow dryer or something like that, but typically I set my pieces aside underneath a vent that blows down from the ceiling and allow things to dry while I work on other projects. Here I'm using burnt umber and burnt sienna to create a rusted finish. So what you want to do is just take some of your burnt umber first, apply a little bit here and there, and then dab it off with a rag, and you can see the depth and dimension that you're creating. So it's definitely a really good idea to start off with a black surface. You're going to create kind of that rusted wrought iron look. So I'm going to just continue to work on this piece. You can see the difference between the two pieces there. And then if you want some more definition, you can continue to go in and add some more paint until you get a look that you are happy with. So to continue on with the rusting technique, I am now going to use my burnt sienna. Again, same thing, apply some, dab it off, but I'm going to be using a little bit less of this color. Again, we're just creating that depth and dimension that you will see on a rusted old piece. So you can really see how old and rusty that these pieces are looking. So I am just going to continue to do this on all my pieces. I'm really liking how everything is turning out so far. And just so you know, I did apply a little bit on the inside because you will see those inside panels, but I didn't do the full technique because it's not really going to be that noticeable. So I'm going to allow everything to dry well. And then you can see, isn't that just such a cool finish? Next, I'm going to be using some matte decoupage and some cinnamon. Now this part is optional. I just again wanted to create a more realistic look. So I'm going in, adding a little bit of my decoupage glue here and there, and then using a brush, I'm going to go into my cinnamon and dabbing that on top, use a rag and remove the excess. Now, just so you know, I do keep the cinnamon set aside just for crafting. So you can kind of see the unique look that it's having so far. It's not going to look exactly like this when we are all done, but if you do decide to leave it this way, then I highly recommend that you keep this piece inside. And you can do the same for any of our pieces that we're making today. You can leave them inside, just make sure you place them in a nice sunny bright spot so that they can charge up for the day. So I'm just going to go ahead and continue to add some decoupage glue and some cinnamon to my pieces until, again, I get a look that I am happy with. I'm really, really happy with how this is turning out so far. Again, I'm going to give this a coat of my Rust-Oleum matte clear sealant. I took it outside and sprayed it in a cardboard box, allowed it to dry well, and this seals the piece. I gave it 2 to 3 coats, and you can see that what happened is the cinnamon gave a corroded look to these pieces. It's a really, really cool look. It makes it more realistic. So I'm going to put all my pieces back together. The sealer does take 5 to 7 days to fully cure, so just keep that in mind. Just be careful that you don't accidentally remove this finish that you've created. So I'm going to put the screws back into place to put that panel back into place, and I'm going to snap all the other pieces in. Just be careful that you don't actually accidentally break any of those pieces. I have to say, I am so pleased with how well that paint finish turned out. So you could use the stake that comes with this solar light for your ground support, but I wanted to make my own. So I grabbed this branch that I had in my stash from foraging. I'm just going to cut it down, and I decided that I'm going to leave some of the limbs on just to kind of create a more natural look. And I am just trimming off the top so I can place it in the bottom of my solar light. It was a little loose, but I'm going to use this Gorilla silicone sealant. This stuff works really, really well for outdoors. I'm just filling up the hole underneath, and I'm going to place my stick into place. Now, I am going to be using a bit of hot glue around this. This just helps to hold it into place while it's setting. And I just apply some hot glue, allow it to cool down for a little bit, and then I'm going to use my finger and just wipe off any excess. Now, my glue gun is a bit of a lower temp glue gun, so I made it really easy to do this, but just be careful, and you can also use some finger protectors. I did end up painting the glue so you wouldn't see it, and now you can just see how awesome that looks. I'm just going to remove the tape off the solar panel, remove the little tab for the battery, and then you can put it outside or in your home in a nice, bright, sunny spot. I think this piece turned out so cool. So I found this really unique shaped wood bowl at the thrift store. It was $2.50, and I knew I wanted to try and do some paint stripper on this. So I found this one at my local hardware store. People will use Citrusolve as well. This one is environmentally safe, so I was really excited to give it a try. So I am using gloves for this. You don't have to, just follow the manufacturer's instructions for whatever product you use. So I'm going to add a coat onto the surface, and I'm going to start with the inner portion, as you can see here, and I'm just using a paintbrush to apply the gel all over the surface. Next, you're going to use some cling wrap, and that will help to keep everything nice and moist. It stays activated as long as it is wet. So that's why they recommend using plastic wrap. I've seen people use plastic wrap for Citrusolve as well. So again, I'm going to continue to use my rubber gloves, and then using a scraping tool, I'm going to see if it is ready to be removed. Now, this is the first time I have ever done this before, and it worked, but I didn't apply enough of the product, so it didn't lift up everywhere, and it was a really thin coat of varnish as well. So I decided to go back over the piece with this product again, and I allow it to sit for about another 15 minutes. The first go around, I allowed it to sit for 30 minutes. As you can see, I added a lot more of the product this time, and I used my plastic wrap again, and it worked this time. I'll show you right here. You can see how much of the product lifts off. There's definitely some color to the gel this time, whereas before there wasn't really. So I am so happy with how this is working. So now I'm just going to use my scraping tool along with a sponge that's got a bit of an abrasive side to it, and I am going to work the varnish off of this piece. It actually went really well. So my product did have a little bit of an odor, so I have a really well ventilated room. I've seen some people do this outside as well. Again, just follow your manufacturer's instructions. Here I'm just using the sponge to continue to lift some of the product up. And then to deactivate it, I took it to my laundry room sink and rinsed it all off. And I again used the scrub brush. I allowed it to dry well, and you can see how well it turned out. Isn't that amazing? So I haven't done the backside because I wanted to show you the difference, and it was so cool. So any of the spots that I missed, I just took a sanding block and just scrubbed that off. It worked really well. And then I continued to do the other side. Here's the completed bowl, and I'm so happy. I just left it nice and raw. I like that look. And now I'm going to decorate this. So I'm using some preserved reindeer moss, some succulents that I picked up at Dollar Tree and a store called Daiso. And I also am going to be using some foraged branches that have this beautiful lichen in it. So I'm going to start off by filling my bowl with this reindeer moss, and you can use anything that you have on hand. So as you can see here, I am pulling off the stems and cutting them down off of the succulents from Dollar Tree. It just made it easier to tuck these into the moss like I am showing you right here. Another option would be to add some beautiful florals, or you could just use some rocks. Again, whatever you have in your stash. I love Dollar Tree succulents, and this cute little one is actually from Daiso. So once you have those in place, you can add any other embellishments. As you can see, I am using these beautiful branches that I had foraged from the forest. If you've been following me for a while, you know how much I love to add that touch of nature that I love to go and collect. So I just tuck these in amongst the moss as well. And I just think it just brings everything together so nicely. So I must say, this project turned out better than I had hoped. I absolutely love this. It's kind of got a bit more of a modern look, but yet has that down-to-earth look by adding the branches, and I love that. So for this next project, I am redoing this gold wood picture frame. I picked it up on sale for $2.50. Now, the gold does not go with our house, so I am going to be covering it up and doing an antique look to this. I am going to cover up the slick gold paint with gesso. Gesso is a primer, so use whatever you have on hand for a primer. It works really well on a slick surface. I just find that when you do this, it helps craft paint to adhere better to these slick surfaces. So I'm going to also add just a little bit to the inside of the frame right here. And now I'm going to be applying some burnt umber paint. So I started off with the paint as is, but it wasn't dark enough for my liking. So I went ahead and mixed in a little bit of black paint to darken this brown color. So I am going to apply the paint all over, getting right into all the little grooves of this picture frame. You can see the difference of the paint color there. It's so much better. I'm so much happier with that. But of course, do these projects in whatever color you like. You might even just like the gold frame as is. It's totally up to you. I encourage you to do whatever suits your decor. So I'm gonna just continue to add this craft paint, and as you can see, it's stuck really well to that gesso. So now I am going to go in and add this warm cream craft paint. I really like the look of the brown paint showing through, so I'm not going to cover up the entire piece. As you can see here, you can see how the brown paint is kind of coming up and through in areas. Now, if you want more of the brown paint to show through, then I definitely encourage you to try doing dry brushing instead, but I didn't want the brown to be the main feature at this point. So for my technique, I am going to just continue to cover it up. I'm just showing here what a dry brush would look like, and it does look pretty cool. I do really like that, but I wanted to cover up more of the brown. So on the sides, I am just going to cover this right up, and then you'll see in a little while what I will do next. So some of the areas were streaking, so I just went ahead and added just a little bit more of my warm cream color. You can see here it looks pretty streaky, and I didn't quite want that look, so I'll just cover that up and then I'll allow it to dry well. So once that's dry, I decided to go over it with some Mod Podge matte acrylic clear spray. Now I wanted the matte, not the glossy. Once that has dried, now I'm going to go over it with my favorite gel stain, and it is the Walnut, put out by Deco Art. And I'm using a stiff bristle brush and applying it into all those little grooves you can see there. And then I'm taking a rag and lifting off the excess. Now this will alter the color of your frame and give it more of an earthy look. If you don't want that look, then don't do this step. I would encourage you just to keep it as is. But I love that rustic kind of grungy look of getting the stain into all those crevices on this frame. It's something I do quite often, and I really do think it looks so beautiful on a piece like this. So you can see the difference here. I left one little section to the left plain, and I'm going to finish that off, and you can see the difference between that section and the rest. Now I'm going to continue to add this stain, and then I'm going to come back in and pull up a little bit more of the stain, and you'll see why here in a moment. So I wanted, again, a bit more of the cream paint to show. So I found that the stain was just a little bit too much in just a few areas. So I used some water on a rag, and I'm just wiping off some of the gel stain. All of this is acrylic based, so it works with water really well. Okay, I know you're probably thinking, Donna, there are so many steps. Yes, there are, but I am really liking the way this is looking. So if you don't want to do all these steps, then please, by all means, just paint the piece the way you would like it. I highlighted some of the areas with a bit more cream paint, as you saw before. And now I am going in and I am adding some gel stain to the sides, but I'm also applying it with a bit of water just so there's not too much of the stain on the sides. So I allowed that all to dry, and I gave it a coat of my clear acrylic matte spray again and allowed that to dry. Okay, so as you can see, I left the interior rim of my frame dark. I wanted to create a bit of like a shadow look. And now I'm adding some branches to the interior. You could, by all means, add a photo or some type of artwork within this, but I wanted to create something that was, of course, nature inspired. So I am going to be filling the inside of my piece with some foraged branches. So I am just going to be crisscrossing these branches across each other inside this frame, and I'm applying these with some hot glue. Just cut them down to size to suit your needs. I'm loving how this is looking so far, and this isn't even the front side, so let me know what you think. This is seriously such a fun piece. I am really liking it. So this is great. I love it, but I wanted to add just one more really beautiful touch. I had these paper butterflies in my stash from my local dollar store. I have seen them at Dollar Tree as well. I wanted to create a bit of dimension, so I'm folding the wings along the body of one of these butterflies, and then I'm going to glue the two pieces together. So doing this, you'll see how much more dimension you get. Isn't it cool? I just think these are so beautiful. Another option would be to use some florals as well as a beautiful bird, or you could even put a nest on here, whatever you'd like. So I figured out the placement for my butterfly, and now once I figured out the points where it will attach, I used some hot glue, press that into place, and now it's ready to be put on display. To need a branch. I had foraged some branches and also collected some off of the beach. There are so many different types of branches out there. Look for something very unique. So using some pruning shears, I'm just going to partially cut through my branch, and then I'm going to snap it. I want to have the end kind of rustic and rugged. I didn't want to have a clean cut, but this is personal choice. I'm also going to be using a selection of some words. So I will be using a book, but you can also get word stickers. These are some from Tim Holtz. You can get these on Amazon as well as in craft stores. So you want to find a book that's got a larger text. I like to cut a page out of the book, And then I will scan over it to see what I like for wording or say some sentences that appeal to me. So I'm taking my scissors and I'm going to cut it out. You just want to make sure that you don't cut any part of the word off. And I'm being very careful. So I'm just going to continue to cut this down to size and then trim off any words that I don't like. So I'm going to be using some decoupage glue. I like the Deco Art brand, and you'll also need a nice small paintbrush. I like to put the branch down on the surface and allow it to roll naturally. That way here you will get the words on your branch so you can read them properly and they won't be facing upside down. So just add a bit of glue onto your branch, roughly where you're going to be placing your words. I'm going to then put the word into the glue, and if you find that you still need some glue, go ahead and add a little bit on underneath. I don't want to coat the entire branch with the glue because I want to have that rough, rustic look on the branch. I like to smooth it out with my finger to make sure that it adheres to the branch well. Okay, so now I'm going to work on the piece of driftwood. So I do the same steps, but for this particular one, I took a couple of segments from different sentences on my book page. I cut them down to size, and again, just all the same steps and gluing these into place using my decoupage glue. So for this larger piece of driftwood, I am going to be using a few of the word stickers from Tim Holtz, and I'm just casually putting them into place before I glue them down. Now I am going to be adding some extra glue, even though these are stickers. I want to make sure they stay in place on my piece of driftwood. Now we're going to decorate all our branches. I've got these beautiful twines that have got a gold thread that's throughout. I'm just going to casually wrap it around just the one end of our branch. That is why I offset my words, just so I could decorate the one side of the branch. So I'm just going to tie it off with just a simple knot. Feel free to use yarn or trims of your liking. I'm going to use this beautiful heart button. I've had this for quite a while and I thought it was going to be a perfect little touch. So I'm just going to glue that into place and just leave this one just like that. For this next one, I'm using this beautiful chunky yarn. All right, so now I'm going to add some charms, and I'm using this ball pin. It's like a garment pin, but of course you could just thread these on if you prefer, or use a simple safety pin. I just added the charms onto the pin, and then I'm going to put the pin through the knot, and that was so easy, and it looks so pretty. For the larger piece of driftwood, again, I'm going to use some charms that I had on hand, and I'm using 2 trims. I'm going to again use that chunky yarn, and I'm adding some gold thin ribbon trim. Again, just wrapping it around the end and just tying off a simple knot, and I'm going to make sure that I leave some tails. I'm really liking the looks of this one. All right, so same thing. I'm just going to add my charms onto my garment pin or ball pin. And I've got a really pretty selection. I've got a key, some pearls, and a key. Oh, and a heart locket. I thought these would be beautiful on a tray to give as gifts or put it on display on a bookshelf. I've got this beautiful curled piece, and again, same thing as our branches. I'm going to be adding a word phrase just to the middle. Of course, feel free to use whatever. I'm just going to make sure I've got a lot of glue underneath this and press it hard until it sets, because there is a lot of texture on this bark. So I wanted to again add some charms. So I'm going to be using my big chomper from Crocodile, and I'm going to add a few little holes, punching it through this bark. It works really well. If you don't have this particular tool, you can just take a nail and hammer and poke a hole through. So again, I'm just adding my charms onto my pin, and then I'm going to put the one end through the top and clip it on just like you see me doing right here. It was so simple. I love how that looks. It's such a unique piece. So I really like the texture of this particular piece of birch bark, and there's a perfect flat surface there for me to work on. And I wanted to try doing some napkin decoupage on a piece of birch bark. So I'm just taking a piece of tape and I'm removing the backing off of this napkin. This particular napkin did come from Dollar Tree. I'm going to use a paintbrush and some water, and once I got my image figured out, I'm going to be tracing around the image with the wet paintbrush. This way here it gives a nice and easy way, but yet kind of a rough edge around this piece. So once you've got the water all applied, you can then remove your image that you had traced around. You can see how nice and rough those edges are. It just creates a bit more of a natural look. So I'm just going to start to apply some adhesive or the decoupage glue onto the birch bark once I've got my placement figured out. I'll press the napkin into place gently with my finger, and then I'm going to go back in with my paintbrush and glue and add a bit more underneath the napkin. So I'm again not getting glue all over the piece because I don't want there to be any shininess to the bark. I want it to look nice and natural. Once you've got enough glue underneath your napkin, you can then go over top with your decoupage glue and then set it aside to allow it to dry well. So again, I'm going to be adding some words to this so it's all nice and dry, and I think it looks absolutely beautiful. I'm going to again use some words from Tim Holtz, and I'm also going to add some wood heart buttons. I'm just going through all these particular word phrases, and I'm going to figure out a phrase that I want to create. I'm going to then again use my decoupage glue and add a bit of glue underneath wherever I'm placing my words down. Once your words are glued into place, you can then add your embellishments. So again, I have these beautiful patterned wood heart buttons, and I'm using some hot glue to put those into place. I was again foraging with my husband, and I was able to find this tube of birch bark, and it was fully intact. It's a beautiful piece. It is dirty inside still, so I took it outside and cleaned it out. And then I took some just old scissors and I'm trimming off the bottom of this because I want it to stand evenly on top of a surface like a table or a side table or whatnot. Next, I am going to now figure out where I want to put my design. So this is a nice spot right here. I'm just going to quickly trace it out, or sorry, draw it out on a scrap piece of paper. Nothing fancy, just a heart. And then my husband's first initial and my first initial. I thought this would be so fun to do, considering that this was a piece that we foraged together. So now I'm just going to take my pencil and I'm going to roughly and lightly draw it out onto my birch bark. And then you are going to want to take a wood burning tool. So this is a piece that I've been wanting to use again. I used it once over the Christmas holidays and I wanted to try it out again. So I'm just going to take my wood burning tool once it's heated up, and I'm going to trace over my pencil lines just like you see me doing here. This is a really simple and easy project. I really enjoyed how it's coming together. It was so fun to do as well. So I'm just going to continue on with my design. If you don't have a wood burning tool, you could definitely use a Sharpie, or you could even take like a tool and engrave it into the bark. I think that would be a fun look as well. So I'm all done using my wood burning tool, and I'm really happy with how this has turned out. Here I've got a large jar that fits inside perfectly. That will give it some weight. And next I had foraged some branches, some beautiful red willow, and I just trimmed them down to size, and then I just placed them in the jar and then put that piece on display. For this project, I'm using this beautiful spring green color on this 12 by 16 wood canvas board. I got this from a store called Dollarama here in Canada, but you can pick these up online as well as in craft stores. So I'm just going to give it a coat on the interior. This is my inspiration. I fell in love with these and I've been wanting to do this for a while. So I'm just going to coat the background within the frame. This is the back side of the canvas board. I like to use it this way because then I have a nice finish framed around the edge. Allowing that to dry a bit, and now I'm going around the edge and coating that with some warm white. Now, you don't have to paint this. You could stain it, which I actually wish I did do. I didn't end up doing that. I might change it later on down the road, but I decided just to use this color for now. And then of course, feel free to use any paint colors that you like for your home decor. I just am really enjoying this spring green color with a warm white. So don't forget to paint the outside, and you can paint the backside as well. You could even put a hook on the backside to hang it on the wall if you'd like. So I had foraged this branch and I'm going to cut it down to size. I just trimmed off all the little pieces that jet out from this. I originally had wanted to glue like the entire piece down and just trim it down to fit within the frame. But I actually ended up cutting away all the branch pieces because it wasn't laying flat on the canvas board. So it depends on the type of branch that you're using, and then you can just adjust accordingly. So here is the main trunk of my tree, and now you can see how I've got all those other pieces cut off, and I'm going to just lay them out. And some of the branches I cut the tip on an angle, that way here I could get it up against my tree trunk a little bit more easily and more naturally. Now as you're building your tree base, you're just kind of getting a basic shape and idea of your layout, and to make sure that you have a look that you like. Now it does end up changing a bit for me as I start to move things away and start to glue things into place. So I'm using hot glue for this. You will be using actually quite a bit of glue, so have a nice bundle of hot glue sticks on hand. So I'm just going to continue here to add all my branches, and I'm just making sure that they are trimmed to the right size. I did want them to fit within my frame. And again, just make sure that you glue them well so they don't pop off later on. So I'm really liking the shape now. I'm going to start to overlap some of my smaller branches, just like you would actually see out in nature. I think that just adds to the look. So just like in the original pieces that you saw, I'm going to be using this preserved reindeer moss, and I've got 3 different shades of color. Now I have had all this reindeer moss on hand for quite a while, so I thought that I would try my best using this. You do want to use moss that's got nice fluffy clumps, so you'll see me using those pieces for the most part, but I do end up running into a little bit of an issue, which I will share in a little bit. But right now I'm just going to add my nice fluffy clumps just randomly throughout and mixing the colors. And as you can see, I did use hot glue to adhere these moss clumps onto our tree base. As we go on, I will start to layer some of this, and you'll also want to place some of the clumps underneath some of the branches as well, just like I showed you right there. It just creates a more natural look. So you can see how it's taking shape here. And I'm just going to continue to mix my colors, mix in the layers. And as I move on, what I end up having to do was take some of my branches and snip them off because they were just jutting out a little bit too much. Then I would just snip them down and glue them and tuck them into the moss. I felt like that it just added a bit more dimension and a bit more of a realistic look. And as you go along, you might need to add a little bit more glue here and there. Just kind of figure it out as you go along what your piece will need. Here you'll see me adding some moss to the bottom. I felt like it was missing a little bit and it just needed a little bit on the bottom, just to add a little grassy look. I think this is turning out so pretty. I could just imagine somebody sitting under the tree, daydreaming or reading a book, listening to the sounds of the birds chirping in the tree. I think it's such a fun little piece. For this next nature-inspired piece, I'm using this lantern that I had fixed up over Christmas time. This is my inspiration here on Pinterest. And I had to remove all the Christmas bits. All right, so I'm using these moss sheets, figurines, and some florals. And I am also using these branches here that I picked up from Michael's a while back. And I thought they looked like little trees. I'm also going to be using the fairy lights for this as well. So these moss sheets are sticky back and they were left over from a previous project. I needed to cut them down and just kind of puzzle the pieces together. So you'll see me cutting the pieces up and just kind of putting them into place until I've got the base fully covered. I did add just a tiny bit of hot glue to the bottom to help hold everything into place. Feel free to use some other item on the base of your lantern as well. I just liked the moss. I felt like it would give a bit more of a forest look. So once I have got this piece all covered, I can then start to add all my other embellishments. I wanted to create a grove of trees, and I thought this looked like trees with a bunch of little leaves on it. And I'm also going to trim down some of my little florals and set those aside. So then with the trees, I ended up taking the base off of some bottle brush trees that I had used over Christmas time. I saved them and I thought they would be a perfect base for these little trees. So the bottoms did pop off, and then I just had to cut away a plastic bit, and that exposed a hole where the original wire of the bottle brush tree had gone in. I needed to expose that because I need to poke the wire that I'm exposing here off the end of my tree. You can just see I'm using wire cutters to expose the wire there. And I needed to poke that through the hole. And now I'm going to fill in that base with some hot glue. That will help to stabilize that wire. And then I'll just put the base back into place. And now I'm going to add just a little bit more hot glue around the base of the tree as well, and that will really help to stabilize it. I didn't like how stark white the bases were, so I'm just using some green craft paint to just cover them up. You can use some moss as well if you do choose to add these bases. Once I have the bases all painted, I'm going to be setting them aside and allowing them to dry well, and then I am going to cut down some more branches for this. You can see these are thinner and they've got lots of detail. I'm just cutting them down to size, and then I am going to start to assemble everything inside the lantern. So I like to always figure out my placement first before I hot glue everything into place. So I started off with these little trees, got those all glued into place. And then I am going to go ahead and continue to add my little branches that I had cut down. Again, I wanted to create the look of a grove of trees as if you were out in the forest taking a walk in nature. And these natural branches add a nice natural touch. All right, so now I'm going to add my figurines. I got this cute little stump and this little bunny from Dollar Tree. I'm just using some hot glue again to put this into place. I felt like he needed to just be up on a little stoop. I think he's so cute. So I'm going to figure out my placement for that little guy and put it into place. I like to do stuff like this in layers. That way here I can still get my hand in there. My hands are a little bit on the bigger side, so I'm now going to add some moss before I add anything else. I just felt like the base of the trees just looked a little bit awkward, so I'm just using my bamboo stick to press the moss into the hot glue. And here you'll see me going through the side panel again to access the backside and the sides of the lantern. I'm going to add this cute little hedgehog now, and I cannot remember where I got this little guy. I am so sorry, but I know you can find figurines like this at lots of different stores. I've seen them all over the place, so check out all your local craft stores, garden centers, dollar stores as well. Now I'm going to start to add some florals. Now these are little snippets that I've used them over and over and over again. I believe I originally got these from Dollar Tree, and then some of these florals, yeah, all of them from Dollar Tree. So I'm just going to snip them down and put them into place where I think they would look nice. So yeah, I'm going to use these fairy lights again. They're a wine bottle lights, and it's a nice small compact battery pack, and it's on Velcro, so I was able to tuck that inside where you can't see it. I always like to place my lights in, around, everywhere, and I like to put them into place while they're on, because that way here I can see the placement really well. For our next project, you're going to need some tissue paper. I've got this kind of like a rice paper that's got some natural elements throughout. It's handmade. These ones are from Dollar Tree, nice botanical pattern. Use whatever you have. You'll also need some matte decoupage, water, some pressed leaves or flowers, a balloon, and some paint brushes, and a mat to protect your surface. This is going to get messy. As you can see, this is my inspiration. I have been wanting to do this for so long. I have a container, and I'm going to mix 2 parts decoupage glue with 1 part water. Now I'm doing this because it creates a bit more of a matte finish, but it will also help to absorb into the paper better without it creating too thick of a gluey substance all over the piece. I like to do it that way. So I decided on using this handmade paper. I got this from, I think, either Stationery Pal or maybe Temu. I can't remember exactly where I got it, but I've seen handmade papers like this in lots of different online stores as well as stationery stores. I just ripped the pieces down to size. I also blew up my balloon, and I have a nice little bowl here to set my balloon in so I can work on it. You're going to need a soft paintbrush and start to apply the glue. Now you can see it's the perfect consistency because it's not dripping all over. You apply the glue to the balloon and then press a piece of the tissue into the glue and then apply some glue over top. So I'm going to continue to work on this until I have the entire balloon covered. Once you have your first layer on, you can start to add your flowers or leaves. I had pressed these fern leaves last summer, and I was so excited to be able to use them. So I just tried to figure out the best way to apply them. So I've realized that these smaller pieces worked better. So you add some glue over top, and again, the water is going to help to absorb into the leaf. Gonna press and hold it there, and then add a piece of tissue over top. And then I'm going to continue to add another fern, and then some more glue. And there's going to be some little tips and tricks that I share with you as I go along that made it a little bit easier for me. Like right here, I discovered that there was a bit of a curvature to my fern leaf, and it worked around the balloon really well. So I'm going to continue to add my ferns and my tissue paper until I get a look that I am really happy with. Here I discovered that you can just gently press out some air bubbles that you may get. You have to be really, really careful because the tissue paper is really delicate. If you get a little bit of a tear, you can just add another piece of tissue paper and more glue. If it's thin in any areas, then feel free to add some more tissue paper in those areas as well. So I also added just some little tiny pieces of fern here and there. As you can see, my tissue paper had some dried leaves throughout it as well. I thought it just helped with the look of this piece. I allowed it to dry just a little while just to help it to set up a bit. I'm using this glass bowl and I'm just putting it upside down. And I have a vent in my ceiling down in my basement in my craft room, so it allowed it to dry a little bit faster. So it's not completely dry, but it is dry enough that I realized, I'm like, okay, I need to put another layer of tissue paper on here. It's just a little bit too thin. So the beauty of this as well is that you can see exactly where you need to place some more tissue. So you can see that the new tissue is white, but the rest of it is a semi-transparent. So it makes it so much easier to see where you need to put some more tissue paper. So once you got your entire piece done, you're going to put it aside and allow it to dry. You're going to need to flip it over once because you need the bottom to be dry as well. And I found that it evened it out for drying time. So the glass bowl left a little bit of an edge or a mark on here. So I realized that I should have probably used a container that only touched the balloon portion of this piece. But in the end, you don't actually really see that mark anyways. So I'm just gently pushing on the balloon, and that's going to release the tissue paper from the balloon. And I'm just testing to make sure I'm happy with the thickness before I completely remove the balloon. And I am definitely happy with this thickness and how sturdy it is. I was actually quite impressed. So I snip off the top of the balloon. It's going to slowly deflate. You're going to carefully remove the balloon. I did have a spot here where it started to tear, so I had to be very careful with that. Remove it, and it's going to be wobbly, so you can put it on your surface and gently press it down. I'm going to show you 2 ways to light this up. Just got this little battery tea light that I placed in there. I think it looks really pretty. It has a gentle flickering glow. Another option is to use some fairy lights that are battery operated as well. Just going to place the battery pack into the bottom, and then you want to stretch out your wire and just make sure that the lights are dispersed. I think it's such a pretty glow. So for today's DIY, I am digging into my stash of old book pages. I have got a selection of craft paints here in some white, off-white, some greens and grays. I am going to give these book pages a color wash. So I'm dipping my paintbrush into some water and I'm going to add it to my paints, and then I'll apply it to the book pages. As you can see, it gives it a transparent look, so I can still see the text coming through. When you're done painting some of your book pages, just set them aside to dry. So as you can see, I have got 2 different colors of papers, and the way the paints are going to look on the papers will be different. So just play around and experiment. Okay, my papers are now all dry, and we're ready to move on to the next step. So I have this Fiskars stencil that was in my stash, and it came with this paper cutter. Now you could use a pencil and some scissors, trace it out, and then cut your leaves out. I am going to use my paper cutter. Another option is to find a template or find another stencil and create your leaf pattern that way. But I'm just going to be using what I have on hand. So I'm just going to show you what it looks like when you trace it out and then cut it out. I actually ended up doing all my leaves this way. I discovered the blade on my special paper cutter was dull, so I just went ahead and just traced them out and then cut them out by hand. Okay, I have all the desired shapes and sizes of leaves cut out. I'm going to distress the edges of the leaves with some mustard yellow ink. This part is optional. Okay, so now I have chose a gray yarn. You can choose any color you'd like. You could also use some jute twine, and I'm just cutting different lengths. It doesn't really matter how long you have your strings or how short. I have all my leaves in different piles, as you can see, and I'm flipping my leaves upside down, and then I'm going to put a bead of glue on the back, and that's where I'm going to attach my string. So I've attached assorted lengths of string to all the backs of my leaves. Okay, so I have this branch that I had foraged a while ago from outside, and I had used it in a previous project. I just had removed everything but the string for the hanger. I am now going to tie all my leaves onto the branch. So to make it a little easier to tie your strands of yarn onto your branch, I suggest hanging it up on the wall. Okay, so this is optional. I have a metal word from Dollar Tree and I'm going to glue that onto the branch. So this is some preserved reindeer moss, and I'm going to glue some onto the branch as well as a little bit onto the leaves. This is optional. I would love to know what you think. This is what I chose, a splatter screen. You want to start off by removing the handle, and I selected the one that's got like the handle at the middle of the splatter screen, and it has a screw so it came off very easily. Now I am going to be using some heirloom white satin spray from Rust-Oleum, and I'm going to give it 2 coats of the spray paint. I'm now using this floral foam from Dollar Tree, and as you can see, it is sticking out quite far, so I am cutting that piece in half. And then I am just going to trim it up just to make sure it sits evenly on the top of the splatter screen, and I'll use hot glue to adhere it. So as you can see, I am working on a craft mat, and as it starts to set up, you're going to want to lift and move the piece, otherwise the glue will stick to this craft mat. So just to help hold the foam in place, I am going to create some wire anchors, and I'm just going to push those through the screen into the foam and just press down to make sure it sits flush. I will then use a bit of hot glue just to help hold it all together. So once you have your foam all nice and secure, you can then go in and cover up the foam with some moss. I chose to use some Spanish moss, but feel free to use any moss that you'd like. Again, I am going to use my wire pins to help hold it into place. So now it's time for some Dollar Tree florals. I love these florals that they keep bringing in from spring to spring. I think they are just very good quality. I have trimmed down to the desired size, and you can continue to snip them down with some wire cutters as needed. And I start to place the stems into the foam. Now I'm choosing not to use any hot glue. You can if you'd like, but I like to be able to reuse these stems if I get tired of a project, so I chose not to glue them. So I am creating a asymmetrical design here, but feel free to create any design that you'd like. So this is the beauty of a project like this. You can create any style that you'd like and use any florals that you have on hand. Or if you see something beautiful that's new in Dollar Tree, feel free to use that. I also selected some items that I had in my stash that I had left over from projects last year. Again, these are all florals from Dollar Tree. So I just wanted to create a little bit more balance and add this purpley pink color throughout my piece. Again, these pieces were in my stash, so I am just going to place those in, and then I will add another element. First, I'm going to add a hook so I can hang this piece up. I am again using some floral wire, and I am just going to flip my piece over once I decide where the top is, and I am going to bend the wire so it can fit into the rim of the splatter screen. And then I am going to use some hot glue to glue the straight ends in place. So I want to camouflage my wire, so I'm just using some chalk paint that's the same color as the spray paint I used, and then just allow it to dry well. So I always love to be able to add a touch of nature to my projects, and I am just going to use these little branches that I picked from a nature walk. I am just using some hot glue and slipping the ends into place. Feel free to use some bark or other type of branches. Just go looking and seeing what you can find out in nature. And here is the beautiful Dollar Tree splatter screen DIY. I love how this turned out. It's very fresh and spring, and it looks beautiful hanging on the wall. I found this beautiful jar. It was a very unique shape. You're going to need a container for mixing, a stir stick, decoupage, glue in matte, and any craft paint in your color of choice. I am going to start off by removing the tag on the bottom and then giving it a good cleaning using some rubbing alcohol. And then you may need to remove any lint that's left behind. Okay, so now I am using my craft paint and I'm adding equal parts of both the decoupage glue and the craft paint, and then giving it a really good stir. Once you've got that all mixed together, you're then going to pour the mixture into your jar and tilt and swirl the paint around on the inside of the jar. So I chose to mix some decoupage glue in with my craft paint, as this will help it to adhere really well to the inside of the jar, as well as help the paint to go further so you can use less paint. Continue to mix the paint and decoupage together until you have enough to coat the entire inside of your jar. Once coated, turn it upside down to allow it to drain out. And then you can set it underneath a vent if you can, or set it aside to allow to dry well. Once dry, you may need to clean up the edges a bit, and that's okay. I just use my fingernail and a little pointed knife just to remove any of those dried bits. I am going to show you two different trims that you can use around the top of this jar. I really like a rustic look, so I love to use some jute twine. This also gives it a bit more of a modern look as well. So I'm just wrapping it around the top several times, and then you can tie it off with a bow. So now I'm going to show you another way, and that's using some lace from Dollar Tree. I am just going to wrap a long piece around the top and then tie it off in a bow. This gives it a bit more of a shabby chic look. It looks so pretty, and you can see how different just changing out the trim is to create a very different and unique look. Now it's time for some florals, and again I'm using these beautiful greenery bushes from Dollar Tree. I'm just pulling the wires apart and then kind of weaving them together to create a look of a bouquet. I think these are so beautiful. They look so realistic. It looks like I went out into a wild meadow to pick these florals. I am then going to place them into my jar. You could leave it as is, But I chose to take it a step further and add some branches. Again, these are branches that I picked out on a nature walk. This is such a fun and beautiful piece. It definitely looks like I went out into a meadow to pick some wild flowers. I have this old enamel baking dish, and as you can see, it's in rough shape. I am going to use that as my base for an arrangement. I'm just going to adhere some dry floral foam using some hot glue to the bottom of the pan. Here is a selection of some foraged vines that I collected from the forest. I love to go and collect things from the forest. I will have a few videos down in my description box below for you so you can see some of those trips that I've taken into the bush. This is some natural sheet moss that I have found in the forest, and I am just going to spread it out and cover the floral foam. I'm not going to use any hot glue to adhere any of my pieces into place, but feel free to do so. So I have this piece of driftwood and I'm going to just tuck it into the moss. There's no right or wrong way to do an arrangement like this. I am just trying to recreate the forest floor that you would naturally see. I'm now going to add some birch bark and some branches. Feel free to tear up your moss and scatter it around. Again, there is no right or wrong way to do an arrangement like this. I am just going to add a few more smaller branches and I'm just going to tuck them in and underneath the larger branches and the bark that I have added. Here is a fun and whimsical touch that I like to add, and that's fairy lights. These are battery operated. You can get them in the dollar stores. I just wrapped the excess wire around the battery pack, turned it on, and I'm just going to tuck it in underneath the moss. Make sure the switch is upright so it's easily accessible. Now you can just wind the lights around, hiding them underneath the branches and the moss, tuck them in and underneath different things. It really gives it a fun and beautiful glow. I'm just going in with a little extra moss just to help hide the wires and some of the lights just to dim the glow a little bit. This next step is optional. I'm going to add some faux florals that I got from Dollar Tree. I absolutely love these florals. I think they really give a beautiful natural look. Don't forget to turn your arrangement around so you get a nice even look all the way around. This next part is optional, but I decided to add this cute little heart rock. I thought it was the perfect finishing touch. And there you have it. A beautiful and natural arrangement for your home. For this next DIY, I have this nightlight from Dollarama. You can get these at Dollar Tree or Walmart. And as you can see, it has a flat surface. I have this washi sticker again from In Love Art Shop, and it's a beautiful fairy. I have some clear packaging, and I am going to be cutting off the tabs and then cutting this plastic sheet down to size. I'm going to apply the sticker to the plastic sheet, and then I'm going to cut it down to size, and I'm going to leave a slight frame of the plastic sheet all the way around. I'm just using a bone folder to smooth it out to get rid of air bubbles. So as you can see, there's a slight frame of the plastic sheeting all the way around, except on the bottom portion. I'm going to cut that down, and I'm going to cut it down so that the top portion of the light panel isn't cutting into the image too much. And you'll see what I mean as we put this piece together. So now that I have my sticker and plastic sheet cut down to the size I need, I'm just using a bead of hot glue at the base of the light panel. I'm going to apply the sticker sheet and then with a couple of dabs of hot glue on the both upper corners, just tucked in underneath. For this next step, I've got my little nightlight sitting in a little box, and now I am going to be trimming down some branches that I had from outside, and I'm just going to cut them down, and we're going to create a frame out of these. So I'm just going to lay them out, and using some hot glue, I'm going to adhere them in around the sticker. Continue to add as many branches as you'd like. Now you can see why I left a bit of the plastic trim around the sticker. That gave me a place to glue the branches into place without covering up my sticker too much. For a fun, whimsical touch, I am going to go in and add some preserved green reindeer moss. You can pick this up at Dollar Tree or any other dollar store or craft store. You could add some other sweet little embellishments such as little bugs or butterflies, but I just chose to leave it with the moss and the branches. As you can see here, the light panel does kind of cut into the sticker portion, and when it's plugged in, you do see a sharp line of light. So I am just going to add a few more extra branches just to cover that portion, just to hide that sharp line of light. I really love this night light. It's a fun little added touch to a kid's space or in a hallway or bathroom. So if you like to recycle, then this project is going to be for you. So I have got a coffee tin that I had kept in my stash. I'm going to wrap it with a scrap of some burlap that I picked up from the thrift store. I'm going to just measure it and then trim it down to size. I'll be using my hot glue to adhere the fabric to the tin. Now, if you don't want the shininess of the metal to show through the fabric, then I would suggest that you paint your tin first, but that wasn't going to be bothering me because I'm going to be covering this up further. I've got the burlap fabric all attached, and now I'm just going to trim off any of the excess fabric, both from the top and the bottom. So my husband has a pile of some firewood in the backyard, and I went and grabbed some of these pieces of bark from off of the wood, and I thought it would be really fun to cover this tin with that. So I had just trimmed it down so that the bottom is nice and flush with the bottom of the bark is nice and flush with the bottom of the tin. So I'm just going to go ahead and use my hot glue, and I'm going to attach these pieces all the way around onto the burlap. The burlap is really great to attach the bark. It gives it a bit more grip than if it was just on the tin. And I'm also going to be doing one more step to help secure it all into place. So at this point, you can go in and add a bit more hot glue just to make sure that your pieces stay in place, and you can fill in any gaps that you'd like. I'm also going to go ahead and add some on the inside here too. I really want these pieces to stay in place, so the more glue, the better. Don't worry, you're not going to see it because it's all underneath the bark. So to help secure it into place better, I am going to wrap the bark with some jute twine. You don't have to do this, but I really wanted this to stay in place because I'm actually putting this outside and I didn't know how well it was going to hold up with all the different elements. So I'm just going to go ahead and wrap it around several times, and then you can just tie just a basic knot, and that should help to secure it into place. You can wrap it as many times as you need. So this turned out really cool. I love it for outside, but I've got another idea for you. I have this old coffee tin and I am going to give it a coat of brown craft paint. Once you have the desired coverage, let it dry. I have this twig fencing that I purchased from the dollar store, and I am going to unwind enough of it to wrap around the tin can. Make sure you bend down any sharp wires so you don't get cut. Once you have the desired length, you can generously apply some hot glue to the tin and start to attach the twig fencing. An alternative would be to glue some branches onto the tin. Once you get to the end, you may need to remove some of the excess branches. Set those ones aside. Tuck the sharp wires underneath again so you don't get a cut. Using those extra few branches that were loose, I'm just going to go and add those few pieces into some of the spaces that expose the tin. Now for a little extra touch, I'm going to add some jute twine. That'll help hold the branches into place and as well as cover up that wire, and it just gives it a nice decorative touch. I'm going to wrap some around the top and the bottom part of my tin. I have had this rock outside for a while now, and I thought I would freshen it up. I'm going to be using my Arteza outdoor acrylic paints. I'll have the link for you down in my video description if you are interested in some. I'm just going to use some brown again, and I am going to go over the lettering that I already have in place. I'm going to add a touch of a decorative element. You can freehand it, use a pencil, or you could use some permanent ink and stamp your image onto the rock. to use some yellow, some peach, and a white to fill in my flower. Just a little tip, wet your paintbrush first, as the rocks are very porous and absorbs quite a bit of the moisture from the paint. This will just help for the paints to go on smoothly onto the rock. For my next DIY, I have this piece of driftwood from the beach and a selection of rocks. I'm just going to pick out some smaller stones and set them aside. I'm going to be using some Gorilla hot glue sticks to adhere the stones to the wood. So here's my selection of stones, and I'm going to just start to lay them out in a floral pattern. This is inspired by something that I had seen on Pinterest, and I absolutely loved it. I'm going to add a branch and some rocks to act as my leaves. Once you have your desired pattern, you can use your hot glue to adhere the stones to the wood. Just for an added decorative touch, I'm going to add some jute twine just around the base of my wood. So here's the projects all done, and I've got them on display on my front door, and I love the way it looks. So I love it when you can add a bit of your family's history to your decor. This is an elk antler, and it was actually from my family's homestead. It naturally fell off in the farmer's fields, and they have to collect them so they don't puncture their equipment's tires. I wanted to lighten the color up a bit, so I'm just using some craft paint and some water and a rag, and I'm going to rub this down just to create a more weathered look, as I was inspired from a piece that I had seen online. It was a faux antler, but I happen to have the real thing, and I thought it would be so cool to be able to use this. And that was it. All I needed to do was put it on display, and I love how it turned out. So this next piece was again inspired by a piece that I saw online, and I happened to have a piece of birch bark that fit around this vase perfectly. I was so lucky to have found this piece. So all I did was slip it over the vase, and then you can fill it up with anything that you like. You do not have to glue this piece into place as well. So I just created a simple bouquet and out of some artificial florals and greens, and then that was it. It was a very simple project. I'm going to take you all around my yard, and we're going to gather some leaves and flowers together. I'll do my best to have the names for you. If I can't remember, I'll just mention this particular one here. I honestly cannot remember what it is. It's a different name, but it's got beautiful, delicate leaves and beautiful flowers. I have this fern. It actually popped up all on its own, and it always grows these beautiful fronds. They're great for drying. I also have this shrub here. I think this is called Bridal Veil Spirea. I'm not 100%, but let me know down below if you know. This here is called Pearly Everlasting. You can press it, but you could also hang it upside down and allow it to dry as well. My cat always likes to join me when I'm outside. He loves it when his humans are outside and collecting some different things in the garden. So there's a few different ways that you can press your flowers. This is an old phone book. I'm just putting some sheets of paper in there just to protect people's identity. I also have this little mini press that I picked up from the thrift store, and this is great for pressing little flowers. Now, if you're interested in seeing how one of these could be made, just drop me a comment below and I will do my best to put one together for you. But this is great if you can find them at the craft stores, or sometimes I've even seen them at gift shops. This particular press was actually my dad's. He used to have to collect some samples. He was in forestry as well as worked for Ducks Unlimited here in Canada, and he needed to collect samples, and so he gave it to me when he was no longer using it. I used it a little bit as a kid, but all it is some construction paper and some paper towel and some tissue in there. Oh, along with some cardboard that helps keep everything nice and sturdy. You'll see some remnants of things that he had pressed, like right here. And there's like remnants of things that I had pressed over the years as well. This press actually works quite well. I'm happy with it. It is great when you're doing a large batch or some larger items, and you just need to put a weight on top to allow it to press, or use a strap to keep it together. Here's my collection of different greenery and flowers that I had collected from outside. I'm going to start off with the phone book. It's the easiest. You could also just use a regular book as well. I'd like to just lay everything out, and then you want to make sure that when you put them in your book that everything is laying the way you want it to be pressed. So I'm just straightening these particular leaves out because they were quite delicate. And another tip too is that you want to press these while they're still quite fresh. I had allowed these to sit for a little bit too long, so they did kind of become wilted. But if you are on it quickly, you can then press them and they'll turn out really, really well. I made the best of what I had. You want to put some weight on top and then allow it to set for 2 to 3 weeks, and then you can check on it. So for my little mini press, I'm going to add these little snapdragons, and then I am also going to add the little violets that I had. Violets dry amazingly well, and so do pansies, but I don't have any pansies. So I just snipped these little violets to test this little piece out. So I'm just going to lay them face down so that I know that the shape of them will hold. And then I actually also decided to kind of experiment a little bit. I've never dried the stem, so I decided to give that a try as well. What's great about this press is that you just rely on the wing nuts and the screws to tighten everything up and allow it to dry for 2 to 3 weeks. So here is my large press. I am going to put majority of what I collected here in this press. I've got these really pretty little flowers here, and then I also have some more of the violet stems and some pearly everlasting, some cone flower. I'm just going to put it all in here. It's always good to have some cardboard in between. Again, that just adds some stability because these other sheets of paper are quite flimsy. So I'm just going to go ahead and just lay everything out. So here's all the things that turned out really nicely. I have been wanting to try decoupaging with some pressed dried flowers and leaves. So you're going to need a soft bristle brush and a clean jar along with some decoupage glue. I'm just going to trim up some of these fern leaves that I had pressed. This again was after some 3 weeks of drying time. Of course, use any type of leaves that you have dried. I'm also going to be using the beautiful phlox that I had pressed, and I'm going to throw in a few of the hydrangea as well because I didn't have quite enough of the phlox for this project. I wanted to try the yellow rose petals, but I don't end up using them. I just didn't quite like the way it looked. So you're going to start off by applying some of your decoupage glue to the jar, and we're only going to be working in sections. Now you can start to add some of your florals or leaves, and then you want to apply some of the decoupage glue over top. You want to make sure that your brush is nice and soft because these are very, very delicate. Now you'll also want to keep in mind that These will in time absorb some of the moisture from the glue, but they don't right away. At least the fern leaf didn't right away. So you'll just have to be very, very careful with how much glue you apply, because in time they'll become a little bit more pliable. So I'm just going to continue to work in sections and add some of the leaves and some of the flowers until I get a look that I'm really, really happy with. So here I am going to try a little rose petal, and I mean, it was okay, but I wasn't that crazy about it. So I decided just to leave the rose petals off, and I just continued to use the phlox and the fern leaves, along with a few of the hydrangea. So once you're happy with the layout of all your flowers and leaves, you can give the entire piece a coat of your decoupage glue. I'm being very careful with how hard I am pressing because things have absorbed some of the moisture, and so things are very, very delicate. I'm also being mindful to try and keep my brush strokes going in the same direction as well. I'm just adding another coat because I felt like it just needed a little bit more protection, and also to make sure that I've got good adhesion of all the leaves and flowers. So here it is, all nice and dry, and surprisingly, as you can see, the phlox actually faded and the hydrangea stayed a nice bright color. So I think next time I'm going to see if I can get some other phlox colors, and maybe the color will stay a little bit true, but I'm still happy with how it looks. I added some jute twine here just around the top just to give a little finishing touch. And here it is just as is. I thought it would make a really beautiful little vase for flowers, but I decided that I wanted to add a tea light just to make this into a little pretty candle. And I am loving how that looks. It is a beautiful nature-inspired craft from your garden. I'll be using this dark turquoise, and I'm going to be painting this cute little canvas that I picked up from my local dollar store. I'm just using a foam brush. I don't usually use foam brushes, but in this case, I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to give a foam brush a try again and see how well the coverage I get. And it worked pretty well, but I find that with foam brushes, so much of the paint is left behind in the brush, and it just drives me nuts. But you know what? Sometimes you just have to use what you've got on hand. So I've got it all painted and allowed it to dry. Now I'm going to go in and I'm going to lightly apply a warm creamy color, just dry brushing it on, just being very, very gentle. I want some of the teal to show through as well. And this is a really cool and kind of a rustic look. And I really think it's an easy way to create some texture. I also added my brush strokes in varying directions just to create that unique look. So I'm just going to go ahead and continue to add as much as you want. I'm also going to do the sides, just being, again, just light, not giving full coverage, again, to allow the color from underneath to show through. So you're going to allow that to dry well. And then I wanted to kind of distress this a little bit. So I grabbed some of my ink pads and I've got this gray color. It's kind of a soft gray. I'm just going to go directly on here with the ink pad. I'm going to add it to the edge of the canvas. So you can use any color. This is not a permanent ink, so if you're concerned about it lifting, then go ahead and use a permanent ink like archival ink and it will stay in place. So I'm going to go ahead and let that dry. I was able to find these really fun word stickers from my local dollar store, and I happened to find some that kind of were some nature inspired or some like positive words, and I thought I would just choose from these and see what I could find that would work well on this little canvas. So I'm just going to go ahead and figure that out. Once you have your phrase selected, you can then just pull the sticker off, put it in place on your canvas. This is a really easy way to put words onto a canvas, but of course you could use a vinyl cutting machine as well and do the same thing. I had got this cute little feather that I had collected beach combing on a local beach, and all I did was add some hot glue, and then I'm going to press it into place on the canvas, and that's it. It was a really simple project, and I love how it turned out. So I don't know about your Dollar Tree, but my Dollar Tree has had these white ceramic pots for several years now. They also come in gray. I'm filling the bottom with some rocks because I needed the base to be quite heavy. I'm now using some dry floral foam. It's really important that you want to use dry floral foam. I'm going to cut a piece down to size, and then I'm just going to measure to see how I'm going to get this to fit best. And I will trim these pieces down and make sure that I get a really good fit for a project like this. So I'm gonna just press it, and then once I like how it feels, it's really good and secure, I'm now going to go ahead and use a branch for this. So I'm just gonna cut this down, and I'm going to place the branch in the middle of the foam. That's why we need to be really good and secure. Once you have your hole in the foam, I'm now going to remove the branch, add a lot of hot glue, and put that branch back into that hole. That way here you'll have a really, really good hold, and it'll be nice and secure. I have this styrofoam ball. I cut a hole out of it, and I'm going to do the same thing by adding some hot glue, but I needed to trim my branch down first. So I am creating a topiary. And I find that this works best is if you use a styrofoam ball, but I've seen people do other techniques as well, so do what works best for you. I'm adding some hot glue to the top of my branch, and I'm going to press my foam ball into place. I'm going to hold it till it sets. I decided I'm going to use some Spanish moss to cover the foam ball, so I'm just going to spread that out. And I created these little floral pins. They're kind of like a bobby pin style pin, and all I did was take some floral wire and just fold it to create that. And then I'm going to use that to help to hold the moss into place. So I'm going to go ahead and use as many of these pins as I need to help hold the moss into place until the styrofoam ball is all covered. So the foam ball is all nice and covered up. You can't see the white showing through. If it is showing through, that is okay because we are going to continue to cover this. I am going to be cutting some pieces of some branches down to size. They vary in length, approximately like 1 inch all the way up to 2 inches. I'm also using a variety of textures. So I'm just going ahead and just cutting these down to size, and then I'm going to put them off to the side. And now using hot glue, I'm going to start to glue these branches onto this moss ball. So another thing too, if any of what the white is showing through underneath, before you add moss, you could paint the styrofoam ball as well with a nice light gray color. So as you can see, I am just randomly adding these pieces of branches all over the styrofoam moss ball, just randomly in different directions. We're creating a very, very rustic, nature-inspired topiary. And this was actually one of my most favorite pieces that I made back in the early days of me being here on YouTube. So I wanted to just bring it back and show you for those of you who love nature-inspired decor, especially if it's rustic. So you can see how cool this is. It is such a unique piece. I went in and filled in some spots and with the smaller branches, and I have to tell you, I had forgot to glue this into place. So I went ahead and added some glue now and glued the bottom into place. And I also added some moss to the base, some Spanish moss, but I also decided that I wanted to add a touch of some foraged green moss. So you can use this in the top of the topiary as well, just little clusters here and there. Again, it will create a really rustic and natural look. So I'm just going to go ahead and tuck those little bits in, and then you can do the same on the bottom as well. I have always loved topiaries, and I have always seen them looking very formal and elegant and very gardeny. So I would like to know the types of topiaries you have made. Just leave me a comment below. So as a little trick here to get rid of any of those glue strings, use a blow dryer and that will just melt them away. And here you have it, a gorgeous nature-inspired rustic topiary for your nature-inspired decor. So for this next project, I'm going to be wrapping a cylinder vase using some of this packing tape that I had. And that way here, it'll just protect the surface of your cylinder vase. It's also tacky on one side, so it makes for easy application. So I adhered it just partway down the vase. Now I'm going to be using this grass twine that I picked up from my local dollar store, and I'm going to wrap it around on the paper. So I find that hot glue, when it attaches to glass, it's really hard to get it off. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to try using this paper and see how that works. You can use regular copy paper as well. So I'm going to use some hot glue to adhere the twine around the base of this vase. You could use some jute twine instead, because I actually haven't seen this particular twine in a really long time. You might be able to find it at garden centers. So I'm going to set my vase aside for now, and I'm going to get some branches that I had foraged, as well as some feathers that I picked up from my local dollar store, along with some jute twine. This is going to be really easy. I'm taking a straight branch, I'm adding the feather with a little bit of hot glue, and then I'm going to wrap that around using some jute twine. That way here it will stay secure on the branch, and it also extends the length of the feather, so you could use this in a vase. You can use these in arrangements as well. It's such a cool look when you can add feathers to any arrangement like this. So here they all are. They are so cool. And now I am going to go ahead and fill my vases. I just added a mix of some regular branches along with my feathers, and then I put them on display. And I think they add such a cool look to a nature-inspired decor. For this next project, I'm adding a piece of foam into a shadow box. I've had this shadow box for years, and I wanted to create something really cool that I had seen a friend of mine make. Her name is Momdas, and she made something so neat and different. I'm like, oh, I was so inspired by her. So I'm just going to go ahead and cover up the foam with some moss. I'm going to have her channel linked down below so you can check her out. I'm using some pieces of fabric, and I'm going to glue them onto some green cardstock. You can use any green inspired fabric you have. I also am using some fabric glue to adhere this to the paper, because then it stays more flexible. Next, I'm using some strips of some old t-shirts that I had. They're approximately 1 inch in size or in width. So I'm going to fold it over, and I'm going to just twist it and roll it onto itself to create some flowers. So I'm going to just fold the one end, add some hot glue to help secure it along the way. So you want to fold it back away from itself, and then you're going to start to roll it into itself. You're creating, again, a flower look. I created an assortment of colors to use. My paper here and fabric is all nice and dry, so now I'm going to just cut out some basic leaf shapes. Again, these are going to be flexible, so they're going to be really easy to use. So I'm going to start to fill in my shadow box by adding some branches. I'm just trimming them down to size and then hot glue those into place. I'm going to stick those little ends into the foam as well. This is going to create such a unique look to your piece. So I'm also going to go in and add a touch of some lichen that I had foraged. And then I'm going to go ahead and start to lay out my flowers. So you can glue these into place right away if you'd like, but I like to figure out my placement first. And also I find that it just makes it a little bit easier to create a nice balance. So once I've got that all into place, I'm gonna just hot glue all the little flowers. Next, I'm gonna add my leaves, but I like to fold them a bit just to create a bit more of a shape to them. And then you can do that with all your leaves and start to, again, put them into place. And then you can hot glue those as well. So for another added rustic touch from nature, I'm adding some little pieces of some birch bark. They're kind of curly and they add such a really beautiful and unique texture to this piece. This again is one of my most favorite pieces from back in the early days. Let me know what you think down below. This wrought iron display piece that I picked up from a home decor store. I wanted to decorate it with some rustic nature pieces. So I had this bulky piece of birch bark. I thought it had so much unique texture to it. I'm gonna go ahead and layer in some moss and some other natural elements. I really like to create displays like this without gluing anything in. It just makes it so you can reuse your pieces any way that you'd like, especially if you get tired of any of the decor that you make. Or even if it's something that's just seasonal and temporary, this again makes it so easy to reuse your pieces. So I'm gonna go ahead and layer in some lichen as well. I have these faux succulents from Dollar Tree and I thought they would make a really fun added texture to this. So I'm gonna just tuck those in here and there. And then of course you don't have to worry about watering them, which is awesome. So now for a fun and whimsical touch, I decided to add some fairy lights. I got these ones from Dollar Tree and they are the copper color. I thought it would blend in a little bit better with this natural look. So I'm just going to tuck it in here and there to try and hide the wire the best I can. Sometimes it can be tricky. So I'm going to just go ahead and do that. I wanted some height, so I'm just going to add this curly branch that I had. It's got some really beautiful golden yellow lichen on it. And I'm going to just add a few more pieces and I'll just tuck that inside and it will rest on the edge of the wrought iron. And then to carry the lights up to the top, I'm just gonna wrap the lights up the branches that we had. So another fun touch, I decided to add these branches that had some pine cones on it, just again to create that nice rustic look. I'm going to allow some of this to drape over onto the counter just to add to that really cool natural look, just displaying some more birch bark as well. Move things around as you like, and then that is it. Again, not gluing things into place just makes it a little bit more forgiving, also makes everything reusable again. I think this is such a beautiful display for that rustic and natural look. Okay, so here I have a piece of cardboard that's 1.5 inches wide and some yarn. Cut a small piece, and I'm also going to be wrapping the yarn around the cardboard 40 to 50 times. I cut it, pull it off, and then I'm going to tie off in the middle with that extra piece of yarn. Pull tight. Cut through all the loops that you have created. Now I'm going to fluff up all the pieces and I am going to give it a bit of a haircut so I can make a nice round pom-pom. I have this branch that I found out on a nature walk, and I'm going to add a little touch of hot glue to my pom-pom and add it to the top of my branch. And there you have a pom-pom flower. Next, I have another branch and some yarn, and I am going to tie the yarn onto the branch and add just a dab of glue. Now I'm going to start wrapping my branch with the yarn, and I'm going to make sure that there's no gaps in between each of the wraps. Once the stick is wrapped the way you like, tie off your yarn, add a dab of glue, and then trim off any of the loose ends. Okay, I have a bonus for you, just something quick and easy to do. Find some nice smooth rocks, and again, your yarn, and wrap it around your rock. Add a touch of glue on the back, start to wrap, add another touch of glue, and you're done. Here's how all my projects look together. This is a great way to use up your yarn stash. So I happened to find this beautiful nature-inspired candlestick at the thrift store, and I only got it for $3. I was so surprised. I am going to adhere a piece of dry foam that I picked up from Dollar Tree to the top of this. Now this cylinder one happens to be the exact size I need for the top of this piece. I am trimming off a bit of the foam so you can see that it's like kind of scooped a bit and angled a bit, and I'm gonna place that part to the front where the bird is. So I'm gonna just glue that to the top. I'm just trimming some pieces of wire down to size, and I'm gonna add some hot glue. And then I found this real bird's nest while I was out foraging. It had fallen onto the ground, and I used some wires to help pin that into place as well. And that will help to secure that bird's nest because it is so delicate. It was starting to fall apart, and those wires held it there. So I'm adding some more Spanish moss to cover up the foam, and then I'm going to use those little hairpins as well, again, to help hold that moss into place. It's looking so cool. I love it. I'm using these faux florals that I got from Dollar Tree. I'm just going to trim them down to size, and I'm going to create a nice, beautiful, natural looking arrangement around the nest. So for another natural element, I decided to add some branches into the arrangement just to create that, again, rustic look. And you can glue all these pieces into place as well, but I am just going to tuck those branches into the foam directly. So at this point you could add a little bird. I have these faux eggs that I had done. I'm going to tuck those in there, and that is it. It's a great piece for springtime, but you could use it throughout the summer as well. I think it's just a beautiful natural look. I dove into my recycling stash and I grabbed some paper packaging as well as a tin lid. I'm starting off by applying some chalk paint to the lid. I would typically use some spray paint, but I'm all out of my spray paint that I like to use, and I'm trying to use up my stash that I have on hand. I generously apply 2 coats of the paint and let it dry well. I have 2 shades of green craft paint, and I am going to randomly apply it all over this piece of paper packaging, and then I will set it aside to let it dry well. I take another piece of paper packaging and I'm going to be cutting 1-inch wide strips as well as 2-inch wide strips, and they're both approximately 20 inches long. I take the paper strips and I scrunch them and twist them and turn them to turn them into a strand of paper twist. I then take my paper twists and I am going to be rolling the paper in on itself to create a flower shape. I'll use some hot glue along the edge and I roll it along, and that'll help adhere it and to help the paper hold its shape. Once you've got the desired size for your paper flower, you're just going to tack down the loose ends on the underside of the flower. Feel free to use a tool to help hold those glue ends into place. I'm now using some shades of coral, peach, and cream craft paints, and I am going to randomly apply these paints to my paper flowers. Let your flowers dry well. Now I'm going to be using some preserved reindeer moss and some branches, and I am going to randomly hot glue these to the tin. I'm just going in with my hot glue gun and applying some glue to any loose piece. Now I will cut some leaf shapes out of my green painted paper. I'm going to be cutting out random shapes and sizes. Now I'm going to adhere the leaves and the roses randomly around my tin. Add lots of glue just to help keep everything in place. Go back in underneath, again adding lots of hot glue to help hold everything into place. I forgot to show that I had glued a piece of string to the back side so I can hang it on my wall. So it's summertime and my family loves to go camping at this beautiful lake up in the mountains, and I typically take time off from YouTube during this time, but I thought instead I'd take you all along with me and I would show you a fun project that I did while we were camping. So I decided that I would forage all of my supplies from the area around our campground. I just found this fallen fir tree and this fallen birch tree, and I removed some of the bark, and that is going to be part of what I need for our project. I always have a stash of supplies that goes along with me and some crafting tools, but I thought it would be really cool to just use things from nature to create this project. So I have a pencil here and I'm just sketching out a basic shape of an owl on this watercolor paper. I had this watercolor paper in my crafting supply kit that we always take with us when we go camping. And so once you have your basic shape, you can then take your scissors and cut it out. Watercoloring is one of those crafts that we like to do, or art projects that we like to do while we're camping. But I don't don't know, this time around I just felt like it would be really fun to do some fall crafting. So I'm like, you know what, I'm just gonna give this a try and we'll see how it goes. So with this birch bark, I bent it back on itself because it had a bit of a curve, and that helped to flatten it out. Then I take my template and I place it over top of the birch bark, and again I use my pencil and I trace around it. Now I did go a little bit bigger than what my template was, and that just allowed for me to trim anything off if I made a little bit of a mistake. I'm actually kind of curious, what type of crafting do you and your family like to do if you do go out camping? So once you have your template all traced out, you can then use your scissors to cut out your shape. All right, so I have my shape all cut out, and now I'm going to start to decorate it. I'm using this little piece of bark, I believe it's fir tree bark, and I created some little round discs. I made 2 of those, and that is going to be the base of our eyes for our owl. Next, I am going to be using some of these little pine cones, and I just use my scissors to cut them down to make them a little bit more flat. And those are going to be part of our eyes for our owl as well. Next, I'm going to be using this craft glue that I picked up from my local Dollar Tree. Now, I did notice that I believe Crafter's Square has something similar, so you could use that. It is a great substitute for a hot glue gun. I don't have any electricity out here where I am, so this was a great alternative. So I just generously applied that to the bark and now to the pine cones. I will put that into place, and then I allow it to set up a bit. It does take a while for it to completely set, but I believe it was just a few hours. So that was actually pretty good considering. So as you can see, I'll just add a bit more glue here, and then I will work on the nose as well. Or sorry, the beak as well. So you're going to want the glue to set, and while the glue is setting, you can go out and find a branch as we are creating a wall hanging. Now, in around my campsite, there were a lot of fallen branches, and I typically like to use the type of branches that have got a Y to it. I find that it has some really unique character, such as this one. So I took this branch back to my campsite and I cleaned it up and cut it down to size. Here I had some yarn from my stash, and I am tying it onto my branch. Now I did make sure that it would hang properly first before I knotted it onto the branch. So you'll want to do that as well. If it doesn't hang properly the way you like, then you'll just have to go out and find a new branch. So the glue has set on this owl, and I wanted it off to the side where the fork is in my branch. So again, I'm just getting my craft glue, and I'm going to figure out the placement of where I want the owl to be. And then I'm generously applying that glue where there was contact between the owl and the branch. So I did want to make sure that there was really good adhesion, so I added a little extra glue to the back of the owl and the branch, and then I turned it upside down, or I set it so it could set, the glue could set, but I admit it was a little tricky, but once I figured it out, it worked really well. All right, so now I'm back into the forest and I'm collecting some pine cones. I gathered a few different sizes. There was about 3 different sizes that I wanted to use. So I just grabbed those, and I find that pine cones are pretty good about not having many bugs in them. So they are a great thing to have in your craft stash. So here is a tiny little pinecone cluster, and I decided to glue a bunch of them on the opposite side of the owl. I felt it would help to balance this piece better, so I'm just gluing a few different pieces there, a couple different sizes. Once you have your pine cones all glued into place, you can allow the glue to set. Next, I am, as you can see, placing the larger pine cones in a bit of a pattern. Now, this is just to give me an idea of what I want this piece to look like. It's not going to be exact, but I do like to give myself just a basic outline of what I want it to look like. So once you've got the placement figured out, you can then use the wool string that you take, or any kind of string that you take along camping with you, and you can trim it down to size and tie them onto your pine cones. I did create several different lengths of this beautiful wool yarn that I had in my stash that I decided to take out with me for some crafting projects. Next, I am now tying the pine cone onto the branch, just like you see right here, and I will complete the rest of my pine cones in assorted heights, lengths onto the branch, and I will show you what that looks like here in a moment. So here is our nature-inspired fall craft project that is great for you nature lovers, and I know there's lots of you out there. I really had fun putting this together. I thought it was such a cool thing to be able to gather some things from the forest and create something for my fall home decor. And I would absolutely love to know what you think of this project by leaving me a comment down below. For this next project, I am going to be using this canvas wood board. I picked this up at a store called Dollarama. I have seen these at craft stores or online as well. This one is 8 by 10. I am going to be giving this a coat with my favorite stain called Walnut. It's a gel stain put out by Decor. I'm using a paintbrush to apply it, and then I'm going to be using a rag to remove the excess. I am going to be covering the entire frame except for the backside with the stain. Now I'll be setting the frame aside to allow it to dry well. Once dry, I am now going to be using my favorite chalk paint called Whisper, again from Decor, and I am going to generously apply a single coat of the chalk paint to the entire surface of the canvas board. You can then set the frame aside and allow it to dry well. Now I'm going to be using a coarse sanding block, and I'm going to distress the edges. Now I did use a rag to remove any of the dust. I want to add more distressing, so I'm using this distressing put out by Ranger, and I'm using a sponge and applying it to the edges and just on some of the other flat surface. To seal the ink in, I'm going to be using the satin varnish, again put out by Decor. Now the ink is water-based, so you'll want to gently apply the varnish so you don't move the ink around too much. And I'm coating the entire surface with the varnish, and it just really helps everything to pop. Allow it to dry. Once dry, you're then going to flip it over, and again I'm using some jute twine, and I'm just going to glue a strand to the back side of the canvas board. I add a generous dollop of the hot glue, and I push the string into the glue. So for an added fun touch, I am going to be using this book paper that's been coffee dyed. I'm tearing off the edge just to have a really rough, rugged looking piece of paper that's been looking like it's sitting around for a while. And I'm going to use my distress ink again to distress the edges. You could use sheet music, you could use scrap paper. You don't even have to add this touch. It's completely up to you. I just really like the rustic nature of this. I am then going to be using some glue stick, and I'm going to generously apply that to the back of the paper. And then I'm also going to be using some tacky glue. Now you could use Mod Podge, but I actually prefer to use tacky glue. Then I don't have to put a coat over top. This helps the paper to really stick well. So now I'm just pressing it down into the glue. I'm also using a card to press it down. I go in and add a little extra glue here and there, either using the glue stick or the glue that's left over on my finger. And I'm just going to finish adding some touches to the edge. Now I'm taking something that's flat and then something to weigh it down to smooth it out onto the surface while it dries. So here's another bird's nest that I had made, and I am going to generously apply some hot glue to the back and place it in the middle of the paper on the canvas board. And also using some mini eggs that I painted with the Whisper chalk paint and some paint splatters, I will hot glue those to the middle of the nest. So I thought it would be really fun to add some words to this piece. These are Tim Holtz Ideology word stickers. And I picked out the phrase, "Together is the best place to be." You can pick up these word stickers from Michael's. You can pick them up on Amazon as well. I'm just distressing the edges with my Distress Oxide ink again, and then I'm going to stick it onto the bottom of the frame. I then am going to use the varnish to seal it in. I absolutely love how this piece turned out. It's very nature inspired. It says spring to me, and it's rustic and natural. It'll fit perfect in my home decor. Okay, so I'm going to be using a nice clean wine bottle, and I'm going to be using some matte decoupage glue along with a patterned napkin. Now you can use some tissue paper if you would prefer. So I'm just going to cut out a piece that will cover just part way around the bottle. So I want my napkin to be facing the right way up. I am going to apply a layer of the decoupage glue onto my bottle. And then you're going to place the bottle on top of the napkin and roll it over the napkin. Generously apply a layer of the decoupage glue over top. You don't have to worry if it wrinkles. Once the glue is dry, you're going to want to have the clear side up, and using some low-tack tape, you're going to create a frame on that front clear side. Press the tape down well to the bottle. I am now going to use some acrylic paint. I am not using craft paint as that may flake off of your bottle. Generously apply 2 coats of paint. You're going to cover the entire bottle except for that portion that you framed out with the tape. I am now going to go over my bottle once it's dry with some black acrylic paint. I'm doing this so I have a nice opaque finish, as I am going to be using some lights and I do not want to see a glow coming through my paint. Once the black paint is all dry, you're going to go back over again with another 2 coats of the white acrylic paint. I am going to be adding the white paint again as I am adding a layer of my napkin over top, and I did not want my image to appear gray. You can create any type of finish you'd like. You can just use paint, or you could even use some tissue paper, whatever you would like. I am now going to remove the masking tape. Remove any residuals that may have gotten over using a damp cloth. Okay, so now I am going back over with my birch bark napkin, and I am going to decoupage just over the white paint portion on my bottle. I find it easier to work in sections. Trim off any excess with some scissors. I am now adding a coat of the decoupage glue over the top of the napkin that's being applied. For the smaller areas, I'm just using some small little pieces of the napkin, and I am just overlapping the pieces. Once you have it covered, allow to dry well. I am now going to use some preserved reindeer moss and a paintbrush with a long handle. I'm going for the nature wild look, so I'm going to put the moss inside the bottle and use the paintbrush handle to help me place that inside. Once I have the desired amount of moss, I'm going to be adding some small little branches. I'm just going to place them inside my bottle. So I found these warm white bottle lights, and there is about 15 lights on the strand. I'm going to start to tuck them inside my bottle a little bit at a time. An alternative is to use the regular fairy lights and leaving the battery pack on the exterior of the bottle. I'm now going to be using these paper butterflies and some branches. I'm going to use some hot glue and adhere the smaller butterflies to the branches. I'm just bending them a little bit in the middle. As you can see, I haven't added all my lights. I am going to start adding some branches inside and then slowly add more lights, more branches, along with the stems that have the butterflies. You're just going to bend the butterfly a bit and then slowly work it in through the jar. If you're using the small butterflies, it should fit through. I purchased the butterflies at my local dollar store, but you can buy them at Dollar Tree as well. Continue to add the lights and the branches and the butterflies. Use your paintbrush stick to help maneuver the things around. I'm just gluing a butterfly to the bottom of a branch, so I have a butterfly sitting at the bottom of my bottle. Here I decided to wrap a few lights around that branch. Once you're satisfied with everything inside the bottle, you can start to decorate the outside. I am making a frame around the window that you see using some branches. I'm now just going to add little touches of the reindeer moss on my twig frame. And for an added little extra touch, I am going to add some butterflies. I like to bend them a little bit in the middle. That just makes them a bit more dimensional. I've decided just to add a little bit of the moss around the rim of the bottle. And there you go. This is what the bottle looks like without the lights on. And now here it is with the lights on. I absolutely love how this turned out. I think it would make a gorgeous gift for anyone in any style you choose. For the first DIY, you'll need a cloche dome from Dollar Tree, along with some gold leaf foil. Now, I got this from a garage sale, believe it or not. You can pick it up at craft stores. I have even seen it at Dollar Tree. You're also going to need some foil glue. Now, I am going to use the Renaissance brand. Some people have used Mod Podge, but I prefer the actual foil glue. And you're going to need a foam brush or a bristle brush. Now, remove the cloche dome and we are going to add the adhesive to the base. Now, I'm using a foam brush, as you can see, and I am stippling it on. I am wanting to create a vintage look to my piece. Now, depending on the type of brush you're using will depend on the finished look that you will achieve. If you want a really nice smooth texture, then I definitely recommend a smooth bristle brush. I am, as you can see, using the stippling effect, and it is creating some air bubbles, but I'm okay with that. So just experiment and play. So you want it to dry until it's tacky to the touch. And then you are going to gently apply the foil. Now, as you can see, this foil is very, very fragile. So just be careful how you apply it. Here I am using a little paintbrush so I can get the foil into the corners, as you can see here, and then I'm smoothing it on as well using the paintbrush. I'd like to take a moment and welcome you all to CreArtive by Nature, DIY and Decor. My name is Donna. If you're into an eclectic mix of decor like I am, then I would love for you to join my community by tapping on that subscribe button along with the bell to keep up to date with everything I have to share. So as you can see, I left the center portion of this empty. I didn't need the foil there. And using a soft cloth, you are now going to burnish it. This is going to really help the foil to stick to the glue, as well as remove any of the excess and smooth out the finish. And as you can see, it has a really, really cool vintage look. So I wanted to seal this off, and I'm going to be applying this satin varnish by Decor, and I'm just going to be using a soft paintbrush. This part is optional. I just wanted to make sure that this was going to stick well to the plastic. Set it aside and allow the varnish to dry well. Once dry, we can now start to decorate. So I went and forged these little branches from a walk, and I'm just finding one that's going to fit the cloche. Trim it down as needed. And then using some hot glue, you are going to generously apply some in the middle of the base. And then you're going to put your stick in, and then you're going to hold it there and allow it to set. It's going to take a little bit to set. Once the branch is set up in the glue, I'm just going in and adding just a little bit extra. I don't want my branch to move. Again, you're going to let it set up again. Just hold it into place and it won't fall over. Just making sure the dome will fit over my branch. Now, using some preserved reindeer moss, I'm going to cover up where all the black is by using some hot glue. I am going to apply that to the base and press the moss into place. Now, I'm being careful not to apply the moss right up to the edge, as I do need some room to put the dome cover back into place. So now I'm just making sure that my dome does fit and I don't need to trim anything off. And it does. I love it. It looks so pretty so far. Now using these paper butterflies. Now Dollar Tree did have these last year, and I have seen them in other dollar stores as well. So have a look around. I'm going to be using a total of 6, and I'm gluing liked ones together. Then it doesn't look like that there's a plain backside. You're going to be seeing these butterflies from both directions. So I just wanted to make sure it looks finished on both sides. And I'm going to attach them all together to create a total of 3 butterflies. Now I'm just figuring out my placement here. And then using some hot glue, I am going to attach my butterflies to the branch. So I wanted this to be usable from different directions. So I'm just going to add a butterfly to the opposite side of that large one and then add the little one at the top. Once you have your butterflies in place, you can then add the dome back in place, and there you have a gorgeous high-end looking piece. I have seen stuff like this in high-end home decor stores. This was all on a really tight budget, using Dollar Tree finds. This jewelry box has definitely seen some better days. The hardware is corroded, there's the ugly old pink velveting, and even the faux stained glass is chipping away. So we are going to fix it up. I'm going to start off by removing all the hardware. So dig out those screwdrivers, and don't forget you're also going to need to keep these in a nice tray so you don't lose all those little pieces. I'm just removing the hinges off of the door now. I want to remove all the hardware so I can properly prep this piece so I can create a beautiful textured finish on here. Now I'm going to start to remove all that icky pink rose felt. I don't even know what this material is. I used a painter's palette to lift it away. It's a nice sturdy blade, but it's able to get into tight spaces. And as you can see, I'm also using a hair dryer. The hair dryer helps to release some of the adhesive. All right, so now we need to clean up the inside of our little drawers. I'm using some rubbing alcohol on a rag, and that's soaked into the paper really well. And I'm using my painter's palette to scrape away all the excess paper. Now, I preferred this method, but I did realize after working away on it, it didn't remove the adhesive. So that part was left behind, but I used a sanding block to get in there, and that helped to smooth the surface down. You don't need to remove all the little bits, but you do want to make the surface smooth. All right, so here I am now sanding down the surface. There was a lot of grime on the surfaces of these little drawers and the jewelry box as a whole. So I'm going to do the same prep for the door, again sanding it down. So as you could see, there was quite a bit of I don't even know what it was. It was some weird substance on the surface of this, and the sandpaper scraped that away really nicely. I'm going to work on the glass panel now as well. Again, I'm going to use some rubbing alcohol. Now, I have no idea if it was already loosened up or if the rubbing alcohol loosened this. As I was gently scraping away with my painter's palette knife, the faux glass, stained glass, just popped right off. I was actually really impressed. So again, I don't know if that was the rubbing alcohol or not, because some of the pieces had already fallen off. I'm going to give everything a coat of gesso. Gesso is a primer that artists use on canvases, but I find that it actually works really well on wood pieces, plastic pieces, anything that is dark or shiny. I find that gesso works really, really well as a primer. So I'm just going to cover the entire piece with my gesso, except for those spots where I know I won't be painting. I had this bottle of a leaf green paint sitting around for a while, and I've been wanting to use it up. So I'm going to mix that along with some cream paint to create a really pretty, nice, lighter green color. I'm loving this color right now. I think it's just beautiful. And I am going to apply this paint all over the surfaces of our jewelry box. I will be applying a total of 2 coats. So once you have 1 coat, you'll want everything to dry really well before you add your 2nd coat. So here now I'm just clearing those little holes for our drawer pull, and I'm also distressing the surface. I'm using my sanding block, and what that'll do is bring out all the different layers that are underneath. It's a really cool effect. And again, with having that gesso, it helps the paint to adhere so you're not lifting all of it up. To really help the distressing pop, I like to apply a coat of varnish. You can think of it as being similar to wax if you're doing a chalk finish. That would be really cool as well. But this is what I do when I am just using some craft paint. And you can see the difference here. It's really effective. I'm going to continue to work away using a rag to remove any of the dust. And then you can go ahead and apply a coat of varnish on this piece as well. So it's the next day. I decided to distress it some more by using some archival ink in potting soil and leaf green. I like to apply my archival inks using some makeup sponges. Now, you don't have to do this step, but I find that it really adds some interest to your piece, as if it has been touched by dirty little fingers over the years and the dirt kind of collects on all these little spots. All right, I'm digging out the power tools. I needed to drill a hole in the bottom of this piece because I am going to be using some fairy lights in this, and I needed a place to hide the battery pack. I'll be showing you that here in a minute. In the meantime, I wanted to cover up the mirror, but yet still have the brightness that it can give. So I found this window covering from Dollar Tree, and it's got a beautiful floral and leaf pattern on it. I thought it would be perfect for this piece. My little cubby here measures 3 1/4 by about 8 3/4. So I cut a piece of this glass covering down to size, and what's nice about this is that it has some lines on it already, so it made measuring out the piece really easy. I'm just going to be using my scissors to cut this out, but you could use a ruler and a utility knife if you choose. Alright, so now I'm going to be using my archival inks again. I didn't want that stark kind of white look, so I'm going over it with the inks. I'm just kind of creating a blotchy look. I felt like that will again just kind of help to break up all that stark white and will give a really interesting look in the background on that mirror. So I allowed the ink to set. Before I apply it though to my mirror, I needed to clean my mirror with a rag and some rubbing alcohol. That'll just remove any fingerprints that may be on there and some oils. Now I have to say, this window covering was so easy to apply. I just lifted a little bit up and stuck it onto the back, and then I used a plastic card to smooth it out to get any air bubbles out. But I actually found that I didn't have many struggles, and the beauty too is I had tested it and it pulls up really easily as well. So if you decide that you don't want this look, it's really easy to remove. So I'm just slowly removing the backing and pressing it down with my little plastic card until I've got the piece set in place. And I think that looks really cool. For the inside of our cubby, I am going to be lining it with this beautiful sheet moss. I only had a little bit of this left, and it's kind of on a webbing, and there's like a stickiness to the back as well. I'm measuring the inside of our little cubby. I needed to add some to the wall as well as to the floor and the ceiling of that little cubby. So I'm just cutting it down to size. I started off with the length, and again, it was about 8 3/4 inch tall. And I decided that what I would do is just cut this particular piece in half, and then that will go on one side of the wall and the other piece will go on the other side. Now, as you could see, my piece didn't fully fit in there, so I did need to go in and apply a bit more green paint. While that green paint is drying, I'm going to attach the battery pack for the lights. I'm attaching it with some hot glue to the underside. Make sure the battery pack door is available so you can change out those batteries when needed. I'm just going to see that my hole is big enough to fit the lights through, and it is. It's awesome. I'm using some hot glue to seal or just glue down the extra wiring. You could use some tape or anything else that you have and allow the glue to set. You can just set those lights aside for now. We're going to come back to those in a bit. I'm going to use my Aleene's tacky glue to adhere the moss sheets, and I'm spreading it out with just a plastic card. These are great to spread out glue and other textures or other mediums like that. I'm pressing the moss down into place, the sticky side down, and then I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. So I'm going to start to weed my lights through the hole, and I forgot about my sheet moss, so I did end up lifting it, but thankfully it was a mesh and the wire poked through the mesh and I was able to feed the wire through. And I just stuck the moss back down into place. Now this strand of lights does have 16 mini LED. I would have preferred 20, but 16 was all I had on hand. I dove into my stash of some scrapbook paper. I had this Tim Holtz Ideology scrapbook paper and I really liked these green. The texture on it was just so cool and rustic. I thought this would be perfect to create some drawer liners. I'm just using those pink pieces that we had removed out of the inside of the drawers as my templates. And I will need one bottom per drawer and a total of 4 side panels per drawer. So before I move on, I just want to make sure that I do have all the right sizes. So I am just going to place these little scraps inside before I glue them all into place. My drawers are all ready to go. And just to make things a little easier for myself, I set out some piles per drawer. So I've got one bottom piece and 4 of the side panels, and I split those up into 4 separate groups just so I wouldn't get mixed up. Again, I'm going to be using my tacky glue and my plastic card to smooth out the glue, and then I'm going to press the paper into place. Just be careful not to use too much glue because it will ooze out quite a bit on the sides, and I didn't want that glue to get all over my paper. It will leave a bit of a, I don't know, like a matte, it will just take away from the texture of this paper. So I'm just going to continue to work on the drawers until I get all the paper put into place, and then you want this all to dry really well. I have got these branches that I had foraged along with my little mini lights. I'm going to start to attach my mini lights using some hot glue to the background, and you can see how the light is still glowing really nicely against that background that we had created. You're going to find that as we work on this piece, layers is key. So you're going to see how I'm starting at the back and then I'm going to slowly work forward to build those layers, and those layers are going to create some depth to our piece. So now I'm going to add my branches. I've got my pruning shears and I'm just going to trim my pieces down to size so they can fit inside the little cubby. I'm going to treat this kind of like a little book nook. Book nooks are really, really cool. If you haven't seen those, then definitely look it up online. It is so cool, and this is definitely a similar look. So I'm going to apply my branches using some hot glue. I'm going to start off again working at the back and working my way forward with all my different pieces. All right, I've got this beautiful preserved reindeer moss. I love using reindeer moss. I find it's the easiest moss to work with. I'm using some hot glue to apply it, as well as using the end of a paintbrush to push it into all those tight little spots. This will again help to create a really nice whimsical woodland look. So we've built up some beautiful texture in the background. Now I'm going to start to bring my scene forward. I have got this larger branch. I'm going to again cut it down to size. I want to use this branch to perch our cute little owl on. So I figured that that one limb would be the perfect place for him to sit. So I'm going to use a bit more glue on this piece. And as you can see, I'm only going to put it halfway into our little cubby. Another important thing I forgot to mention was that you want to hold your pieces into place until the glue sets, because you don't want these pieces to fall off. So just continue to work on adding some texture, adding some more branches to make it look like a faux forest. And the beauty about adding some of those limbs as well is that you can actually add a branch in the middle, like I'm going to right now. And then you've got a base for it to be glued to right in the middle of the piece, like I'm doing right there. It's really neat. I'm going to add our cute little owl. I keep wanting to call him oil. owl. I'm going to add the little owl. I just figured out the points where it was going to sit on the branch, and that is where I added the glue. Going in and adding some extra glue, and then I'm going to cover up those spots with some moss. Okay, so now it's time to work on the floor of our little cubby. I'm going to add the mushrooms. I'm just curling up the wire on one of these just so it's a little bit higher up off the floor to create some height at the back there. Adding some hot glue. And then I'm going to go ahead and continue to add our little mushrooms and our other figurines. So it's time to add our sweet little angel. I feel like she needs a name, so give me some suggestions down below. And if I choose your name, I'm going to pin you in the comments section because I just think she's so sweet, but I'm not sure what to call her. Okay, so we're going to just continue with all the little elements. I needed to camouflage the base of the angel, so I added a bit more moss around her feet there. You'll also want to continue to weave the rest of the lights in around the front and part way through, using some hot glue where needed to help hold the lights into place. So we're going to put the glass back in place on our door. Now, I did discover that with mine, there was a bit of paint buildup in the corners, so the glass didn't fit back in properly, so I just used a tool to scrape it out, and then the glass fit in there just fine. I did use a rag to smooth it out so I didn't cut myself. I'm now using the brackets that were on there before to help hold the glass back in place. I'm also adding the hinges back into place as well, so we can put those into place on the main piece. I'm also going to be reusing the door handle too, which I'll show here in a minute. I used a bamboo skewer to just clean out the holes, the screw holes, so it was easier for me to put those little screws back into place. Here's the handle. There was some weird stickiness on the back, so I just used a tool to scrape that off. And let me tell you, it was so much easier putting this back in than it was for me to pull it out. So I just put that in, and I really like the way that looks. Feel free to change up any of the hardware the way you'd like. I really like the patina on all of these. They were really rustic and rugged, so I stuck with all the hardware that came with this. Here you can see I'm adding the drawer pulls back into place. Again, that patina is perfect for this rustic look that I've gone with. Putting the drawers into place as well. Went back in really smoothly after I let it dry really well. I'm also adding the magnets back into place. I wanted to put the magnets back because as I was fiddling around with this, the door wasn't staying closed on its own. So this was a definite must for me. So I'm just re-exposing those little screw holes again using my painter's palette. I had to remove some of the moss and some branches, but it was enough. I did struggle with putting this back into place again. One of those magnetized screwdrivers would be amazing for this, but I made do, and I'll show you a little hack that I used to put these back into place here in a moment. So I started off with one side, and I started to try and put this one that was right against the wall back into place, but wasn't working. So I used some hot glue, put my screwdriver into place, and then I was able to get that in just fine. And the glue peeled off as well, so you're not left with that little glob of glue there. Don't forget to turn the lights on. Here's the before, grungy, not looking so pretty, and here it is now. Let me tell you, I feel like I am going back to my childhood where my imagination would run wild when I was out in the forest thinking about fairies and little pixies. I think this is just amazing. I am loving it. So I would love to know what your favorite piece was by dropping me a comment below. Check this playlist out that has all the original videos. I want to thank you all so much for joining me today, and we'll see you in the next one. Take care. Bye.